Chapter 41:22. The sudden appearance of the two white-haired old men and the 18 god kings stunned the people of the 6 clans. Especially the words of the 2 elders, everyone's expression changed drastically. They knew that something was wrong. Oh no, we seem to have fallen into a trap. Be more confident. Don't say seem. Damn it. No wonder I felt that something was wrong. I didn't expect the Wavy Zone Master to be so bold as to set up a trap. From what the white-haired old man said, they have imprisoned the Wavy Zone Master. This means that the ambush was not set up by the Wavy Zone Master. It was done by the 2 old men. I understand now. The 2 old men were sent by the Imperial Tutor. I see. They knew that the Wavy Zone Master intended to surrender, so they captured her. If there were only 20 godly kings, there would be nothing to worry about. I'm afraid that they have already set up a trap in all directions. Oh no, we shouldn't have rushed into their ambush in such a hurry. The patriarchs, elders, and disciples of the 5 families were whispering to each other, their expressions solemn. Of course, their discussions and predictions were immediately verified. As their voices fell, the towering mountains and precipitous ridges in all directions immediately lit up with divine light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The divine light shot up and gathered in the sky, forming a huge light shield with a radius of 20,000 miles. It was like an inverted bowl that sealed off an area with a radius of 20,000 miles, trapping the disciples and the battleships of the 6 families. Then, thousands of godly emperors in armor flew into the sky with swords in their hands and got into an offensive formation. 30 godly kings were scattered in all directions, occupying the core position of the offensive formation. They commanded more than 3,000 godly emperors. In an instant, all the God-Slayer moved out and exposed the trap like a ferocious beast bearing its sharp fangs. A formless killing intent immediately filled the air, causing the atmosphere to become extremely solemn and austere. The people of the 5 families looked embarrassed. While they were worried, they regretted not listening to Nangong Buhua's advice. After all, before entering the Mystery Land, Nangong Buhua had warned everyone that there was danger and asked the Nangong clan to enter the Mystery Land first to investigate the situation. Even after entering the secret realm, Nangong Buhua reminded everyone again. However, the people of the 5 clans didn't listen to his advice. Only then did they enter the ambush. Everyone could not help but think that if they had listened to Nangong Buhua's advice, things would not have turned out this way. At the very least, as long as the Nangong clan was ambushed, they would not fall into a desperate situation. Thinking of this, the people of the 5 clans were somewhat regretful and annoyed. Many people subconsciously turned their heads to see the reaction of Nangong Buhua and the others. When they turned their heads to look behind them, they discovered that the Nangong clan had already retreated 20,000 miles away and were outside the sealing formation. It turned out that Nangong Buhua had long predicted that the situation was not good. There might be changes in the domain chief's mansion. When the 2 white-haired old men and the 18 god kings appeared, he gave the order to retreat decisively to prevent an ambush. As it turned out, he had succeeded. When the formation was activated, the 1,000+ people of the Nangong clan all retreated outside the formation. Seeing this, the expressions of the people of the 5 clans became more and more interesting. All kinds of thoughts flashed through many people's minds. Nangong Buhua is cunning. He sensed danger and retreated in advance. We are all trapped in the formation, but the Nangong clan is fine. Alas! If we knew this would happen, we should have listened to him and stayed at the back to be vigilant. If we had followed Nangong Buhua's plan, we would have stayed at the back and let the Nangong clan scout the situation first. Now, it should have been the other way around. Alas! No matter what, as the Deputy Alliance leader, he can't absolve himself from the blame for not making the correct decision in advance. That, he reminded us twice. We just didn't listen to his orders. Shut up! He is the Deputy Alliance leader. If we are severely injured, won't he be responsible for it? Most of the disciples of the 5 clans regretted not listening to Nangong Buhua's orders. However, there were still a few people who refused to admit their mistakes and wanted to shift the blame to Nangong Buhua. There were many people in any time and place who did not reflect on themselves and were used to shifting the blame. The two white-haired elders opened their mouths again. Looking down at the 5,000 people in the formation, they sneered and said, "During this period of time, you traitors have had a smooth journey, and you've been flaunting your prowess. The Imperial Tutor hasn't made a move yet. Do you think that the Imperial Tutor is afraid of you? How ignorant and ridiculous! The reason why the Imperial Tutor hasn't made a move yet is because he has planned this shocking plan to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Today is the day all of you rebels die. I am benevolent and can't bear to see you die so carelessly. Therefore, I will let you know our identities. I am the first guardian who guards the Azura Divine Palace all year round. This is the second guardian. We have guarded the Divine Palace for thousands of years and have never shown our faces. Therefore, the world doesn't know about us. However, everyone in the Azura Divine Palace knows that we are the head guardians of the Divine Palace." After introducing himself, the first guardian pointed to the 5,000 soldiers around him and said, "These 5,000 people are the elite soldiers under the God Emperor. The Imperial Tutor selected us to form the God Slayer. We are on a secret mission to kill all of you. Of course, the God Slayer is only 10% of the Imperial Tutor's soldiers. It's obvious how tiny and laughable all of you rebels are when compared to us." The second guardian continued, "Don't make any unnecessary struggles and resistance. Give up all your fantasies and accept your death obediently. After killing all of you, we still have to kill the Kenshin and the three forces he leads. We'll let the people of the boundless heaven continent see how weak you all, this bunch of renegades, are." After saying this, the second guardian waved his hand and gave the order to attack. The 30 God King powerhouses scattered around immediately revolved their cultivation and activated the sealing array. They released a powerful force to suppress the 5 clans juniors. The over 3,000 soldiers also brandished their divine weapons and unleashed all kinds of divine abilities to besiege the people of the 5 clans. Suddenly, the pressure on the 5 clans juniors greatly increased. It was difficult for them to move and their combat strength was greatly weakened. Divine light and shadows blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They carried with them the power to destroy heaven and earth, pouring down from the sky. The 5,000 clans juniors had no way out. They could only let out angry roars and erupt with their strongest strength. They joined forces to form a battle formation to resist the enemy's attack. Chapter 41-23. Although both sides had the same number of people and experts. However, the God Slayer was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Over 5,000 disciples were ambushed and their powers were suppressed by the array. One side had the initiative, while the other was in a passive position. The result was self-evident. Both sides had only exchanged one round of blows, but the God Slayer was obviously at an advantage. There were no casualties. As for the 5,000 disciples, they did not have any chemistry or cooperation with each other, so they could not completely block the other side's attack. Over 100 disciples were injured. There were also over 50 weaker and unlucky disciples who were killed on the spot. This result made the God Slayer even more pleased. The disciples were furious, but there was nothing they could do. On the other side, the Great Guardian and the 18 God Kings did not participate in this battle. Their target was the Nangong clan that was outside the sealing formation. They did not care about the 5,000 disciples who were sealed by the array. In their eyes, the 5,000 disciples were like turtles in a jar and would definitely die. The only uncertainties were the disciples of the Nangong clan who had been alerted in advance and hadn't been sealed by the formation. The God Slayer had spent a lot of time and effort to design this trap and ambush. His goal was to wipe out the entire Southern Army in one fell swoop. Since he wanted to wipe them all out, he could not let any of them escape. Swish! Swish! The Great Protector led 18 God King powerhouses and 1,000 Divine Lord powerhouses towards the Nangong clan as fast as lightning. The second Guardian stayed near the array and led 30 God Kings and 4,000 God Lords to continue attacking the disciples of the 5 clans. Both sides had a clear division of labor and cooperated well. Compared to the 6 clans who fought individually and could not coordinate well, the God Slayer was able to unleash a stronger combat power. Nangong Buhua, I heard that the Kenshin appointed you as the Deputy Alliance leader? Then you have to die. The Great Guardian chased after the Nangong clan disciples and locked onto Nangong Buhua's aura. He laughed coldly. Nangong Buhua did not reply. He only gave the order and led the disciples of the Nangong clan to escape towards the exit of the mystic realm. Even if the situation was dangerous, he could still remain calm and make the right decision. The first step was to remain vigilant and not fall into an ambush or trap. He had already done that. After this, he still had to lead the Nangong clan out of the mystic realm and escape the pursuit of the God Slayer. Only then could he consider asking Ji Tianxing for help or save the disciples of the 5 clans. Unfortunately, no matter how desperately the Nangong clan fled, they were unable to escape the pursuit of the Protector and the God Kings. They had only managed to flee 80,000 kilometers away when they were stopped by the Great Protector and the 18 God Kings. Following that, the 1,000-plus elite soldiers surrounded the Nangong clan disciples. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the disciples of the Nangong clan formed a formation and stood in front of each other. They were all equipped with the strongest defensive equipment and unleashed their most powerful strength, joining forces to resist the siege of the numerous soldiers. Nangong Buhua, Nangong Nihuang, the elders and deacons worked together to deal with the Great Protector and the 18 divine kings. Both sides did not waste any more words and immediately began to fight fiercely. Dazzling 5-colored divine light covered a radius of 20,000 kilometers. Various divine techniques clashed with wind, fire, and lightning, causing deafening explosions. The 1,000-plus elite soldiers were very powerful and their attacks were abnormally fierce. However, the disciples of the Nangong clan worked together and cooperated very well. They actually managed to block the fierce attacks. The first round of battle ended very quickly. Only about 20 disciples of the Nangong clan were injured. This was not only the result of the disciples working together, but also the result of Nangong Buhua using his battleship to protect them. That battleship was Nangong Buhua's battleship, an upper-grade king-level divine artifact. It was also the most powerful battleship of the Nangong clan. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be willing to use their own battleship as a divine artifact to protect their disciples. However, Nangong Buhua only wanted to reduce the casualties of his disciples and stall for time so that they could counterattack and escape from the mystic realm. Therefore, he did not feel sorry for his battleship. Not only did the huge battleship block many divine techniques, it also activated the divine array to increase its power to the maximum and released the most ferocious cannon fire. As a result, there were casualties among the disciples of the Nangong clan. The 1,000-plus God Slayer also suffered casualties. In the first round of battle, both sides were evenly matched. Neither side had the upper hand. However, the 18 God Kings led by the Great Guardian firmly suppressed Nangong Buhua, Nangong Nihuang, and the others. After all, the Chief Protector's side had more divine king powerhouses. Furthermore, their overall strength was slightly stronger. The Great Guardian was a late-stage 9th Heaven God King. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Nangong Buhua. The average strength of the other 18 God Kings was also stronger than Nangong Nihuang, the elders, and the deacons. As a result, the battle high in the sky was even more intense. Nangong Buhua and the Nangong clan's God Kings were in an even more dangerous situation. After exchanging a few blows, Nangong Buhua was suppressed by the Great Guardian and was in a disadvantageous position. Nangong Nihuang and the deacons were injured, and their robes were stained with blood. The situation was not optimistic, but Nangong Buhua did not give up easily. He still used all his trump cards and ultimate skills to fight the Great Guardian fiercely. After exchanging more than 10 blows, he finally found an opportunity to send out a communication jade slip. It was a jade slip to report the situation to Ji Tianxing and ask for help. Nangong Buhua did not have much hope. He knew that Ji Tianxing was far to the north of Yanxu's cave and would not be able to come to his rescue. No matter how fast Ji Tianxing was, it would take him 1.5 days to reach here. By then, the battle would have ended. The disciples of the 6 clans would have been killed by the God Slayer. However, Nangong Buhua still insisted on carrying out his duty as the deputy chief. Even if he would be completely annihilated here, he had to tell Ji Tianxing the truth as soon as possible. This was the only way that Ji Tianxing could adjust his strategy in time and find a way to deal with the situation. He would not be ambushed by the God Slayer and fall into the Imperial Tutor's trap because of the lack of information. When Nangong Buhua sent out the message for help, a thought flashed across his mind. Mr. Long, I have tried my best. It is a pity that I am unable to convince everyone in such a short period of time. In the end, I was unable to protect the other 5 clans. I have betrayed your trust. I am afraid that this failure will affect your revenge plan. I am really ashamed and sorry. If I die here today, I will let it go. But if I survive, I will not be able to face you. Sigh. With a long sigh in his heart, Nangong Buhua put away his distracting thoughts and did not think about anything else. He disregarded his life and death and used all his strength to display his ultimate skills to fight fiercely with the Great Guardian. Even if he had to die today, he would fight to the last moment and die with honor and dignity. Chapter 41-24. Within the secret realm, the battlefield was split into 2. On the other side, the Nangong clan and the Great Guardian were fighting fiercely, causing the sky to darken. On the other side of the battlefield, it was naturally near the Billow Domain Chief's manor. Within the ceiling formation, the disciples of the 5 clans were still risking their lives to resist the encirclement of the God Execution Army. They were bitterly holding on. After 15 minutes of fighting, the battle had reached its climax. The ceiling formation of 20,000 miles had suffered tens of thousands of ferocious attacks. It had long been riddled with holes, and many cracks had appeared. The disciples of the 5 clans were all excited. They thought that they would be able to destroy the ceiling formation if they could hold on for a while longer. When the ceiling formation was broken, their strength would return to normal and they would be able to break out of the encirclement. However, in the previous 15 minutes of fighting, the disciples of the 5 clans had suffered heavy casualties. There were originally more than 5,500 people. Now there were only about 4,800 people left. More than 700 people had died in the battle. Most of their corpses were smashed into pieces. They died without a complete corpse. Among the 4,800 people who were still alive, more than 1,000 people had suffered light or heavy injuries. Of course, the 3,000 God Slayer did not have it easy either. They had also lost more than 400 people. They had all died in the chaotic battle. Another 300 people were injured. Their fighting strength had been greatly reduced. Fortunately, they had the help of the ceiling formation. Their losses were still considered better than the 5 clans. If it wasn't for this ceiling formation, they probably wouldn't be able to gain the slightest bit of advantage against more than 5,000 clan disciples with more than 3,000 of them. In addition, the number of God King experts of the 5 clans had reached 100. Although the average strength of these 100 God King experts was not as good as the 30 people of the God Slayer. Among these 100 people, there were a large number of intermediate God Kings and some lower God Kings. On the other hand, the 30 God Kings of the God Slayer were all above the 5th level of the God King realm. However, the 5 clans had an absolute advantage in terms of the number of God Kings. Even if their individual strength was lower, 2 or 3 of them could besiege one opponent. As a result, the God Kings led by the second protector did not manage to gain any advantage at all from the start of the battle. If the battle had continued for another 15 minutes, the ceiling array would have been broken. At that time, the situation of the 2 protectors and the God Kings would be very dangerous. While the 2 sides were fighting, the second guardian was constantly observing the battlefield tens of thousands of miles away, paying attention to the first guardian's battle situation. He had been looking forward to seeing the Great Guardian deal with the Nangong clan as soon as possible and come back to help. Otherwise, with just him, over 30 godly kings and 3,000 godly lords, they might not be able to defeat the 5 clans. The Great Enforcer was leading over 1,000 God Slayer subordinates to besiege the Nangong clan. While fighting, the Great Protector was also paying attention to the battle in the Domain Chief's mansion. Of course, he knew that the 2 protectors and the 3,000 Godslayer could only trap the 5 clans. It was very difficult to wipe them out. Even with the help of the sealing formation, it was impossible to do so. Therefore, he had to kill the members of the Nangong clan as soon as possible before rushing back to help the second guardian. This made him anxious. He kept urging the Godslayer subordinates to speed up the attack and kill the Nangong clan at all costs. However, the 1,000 members of the Nangong clan were very united. They cooperated very well and their willpower was incomparably tenacious. In order to survive, they exploded with a strong desire to survive and burst out with all their potential. It was no exaggeration to say that they were sparing no expense, using all their means and trump cards to resist the encirclement of the Great Protector and the Godslayer. For example, Nangong Nihuang, a few elders, and many deacons were severely injured. Their robes and hair were soaked in blood. However, it was as if they did not know pain and fatigue. They still fought tenaciously and erupted with powerful strength. As time passed, the casualties on both sides increased. Although the Nangong clan's casualties were greater, the Godslayer did not have it easy either. The ratio of casualties on both sides was about 6 to 10. In other words, for every 6 Godslayer deaths, 10 members of the Nangong clan would die. Based on this ratio, the Nangong clan would be killed sooner or later. However, the Great Protector was not confident and did not know when he would be able to achieve this goal. It could be an hour later, or it could be 4 hours later. Of course, even if he killed all the members of the Nangong clan, the Godslayer under his command would suffer heavy casualties. About 400 to 500 people would survive. At that time, he would bring those 400 to 500 people to support the second protector. Would he be able to kill all the members of the 5 clans? Thinking of this, the Great Protector felt a little uneasy and a little vexed. Before we set off, the Imperial Tutor vowed that with me and the second protector leading 50 God Kings and 5,000 Sir Gods, it would be enough to destroy the Southern Army. However, it seems that the Imperial Tutor has underestimated the combat power of the Southern Army. The situation of the Southern Army was just as the Imperial Tutor had predicted. There were some internal conflicts and disagreements. The leaders of the 5 clans were obviously not willing to accept Nangong Buwa's command. However, they have more than 10,000 years of history and their combat power is not to be underestimated. If I had known earlier, I would have insisted on my own opinion and asked the Imperial Tutor to deploy 2,000 Sir Gods and 30 God Kings. Thinking of the conversation he had with the Imperial Tutor before he set off, he only felt regret. However, it was too late to say anything now. The Great Protector could only use another trump card to deal with the Nangong clan as soon as possible. Heaven Transformation Talisman. The Great Protector bellowed as he formed a seal with both hands and took out 12 colorful light balls. Swish, 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 swish. The 12 colorful light balls revolved around him and shuttled back and forth as fast as lightning. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a god talisman in each of the light balls. They were either golden, crimson, icy blue, or dark green. The god talisman was not big, but it was exquisitely made and looked very exquisite. There were at least 3,000 patterns on the palm-sized god talisman. It contained dozens of array changes and could draw the god power of heaven and earth within tens of thousands of miles. This set of heaven transformation talismans was a divine item that the Imperial Tutor had spent 10 years and countless precious treasures to make. Each god talisman was a superior king-level talisman. However, when the 12 god talismans were combined, they could unleash the power of a superior king-level divine item. Of course, these 12 heaven transformation talismans were one-time consumables and would be gone after they were used. The Imperial Tutor had kept them for more than 500 years after he gave them to the Great Protector as a reward. He would not use them unless it was a matter of life and death. However, tonight's situation was special. The mission he was shouldering was too sacred. He had no choice but to sacrifice this set of heaven transformation talismans in order to complete the mission safely. The Great Protector was expressionless as he looked sharply at Nangong Buwa, Nangong Nihuang, and the other elders. He grinned and revealed a sinister sneer. "Go to hell, you traitors! Chapter 41:25. The Great Protector roared in a loud voice, and a murderous aura burst out from his body. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and shot out the 12 heaven transformation talismans with all his might. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 12 palm-sized talismans expanded to the size of a mountain and burned with divine flames. They shone with the brilliance of the sun and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. They fell like the sun and smashed towards Nangong Buhua, Nangong Nihuang, and the others. The Great Guardian's goal was clear. He wanted to kill Nangong Buhua, Nangong Nihuang, and the others as soon as possible. It would be easier to kill these experts first and then deal with the disciples of the Nangong clan. Without the protection of Nangong Buhua and the other divine kings, the combat power of the 1,000 disciples of the Nangong clan was not strong. At least, in the eyes of the Great Guardian, they were ants that could be killed. The 12 huge, scorching suns were about to engulf Nangong Buhua and the others with destructive power. At this critical moment, the expressions of Nangong Buhua, Nangong Nihuang, and the others changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. They knew very well what would happen when the 12 mountain-like talismans came crashing down. Many of the elders were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with despair. However, they did not give up resisting. They used their trump cards and even forbidden secret skills to unleash their strongest combat power to form a defensive shield. Even the 1,000 disciples of the Nangong clan burned their vitality and lifespan to increase their combat power by 2 or 3 times. They worked together to cast spells to resist the talismans. Regardless of whether they could block the attack of the 12 talismans, at least they gave it their all and fought with their lives. The disciples of the Nangong clan showed amazing unity and willpower at this moment. Then the most shocking and unforgettable thing happened. The battleship that had been fighting in the sky was already damaged and tattered. Even though it had used up 80% of its stored resources in the previous battle, it had no intention of retreating and continued to fight. The 2 divine kings and 20 surgods who stayed behind to control the battleship were admirably tenacious. At this moment, when they saw the 12 talismans crashing down, they did not hesitate to control the battleship to collide with the talismans. Under their control, the battleship spewed out 5 colored flames and unleashed its last bit of power. Its posture was like a moth darting into a flame. With the determination to die, it collided head-on with the divine talismans. This scene was so shocking, so tragic, and so resolute. Not only were the people of the Nangong clan full of admiration, many people were in tears. Even many of the soldiers of the God Punishment Army were shocked and in disbelief. They could not believe that in this cold and selfish world, there would be someone who would sacrifice themselves without hesitation just to fight for a chance to survive for their companions. Even though they were enemies, it did not stop them from admiring them. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, the gigantic divine warship collided with 4 divine talismans in a row, causing an earth-shattering explosion that shook the 9 heavens. The 4 sun-like divine talismans exploded with a loud rumble. Endless flames burst forth and swept across the sky for 100,000 miles. The battleship was also blasted to pieces, turning into billions of pieces in a shocking explosion that scattered between heaven and earth. The 2 divine kings and 20 surgods who were controlling the battleship were naturally smashed into pieces. However, their sacrifice successfully blocked the 4 divine talismans. Even though the 4 divine talismans exploded and unleashed destructive power, the timing of the explosion were too late. However, the location and timing of their explosions were not right. The terrifying 5-colored flames spread high in the sky, but did not affect the disciples of the Nangong clan much. At least, the 4 divine talismans did not achieve the expected effect and only affected 100 or so disciples of the Nangong clan. More than 20 of them were killed and the rest were injured. Their lives were not in danger. The other 8 divine talismans that were as large as mountains hit the defensive shield formed by Nangong Buhua, Nangong Nihuang, the elders, and the deacons. The thick and heavy 5-colored light shield within 1,000 miles was directly smashed into pieces and splashed everywhere. The 8 divine talismans also exploded with flames that covered the sky and flooded an area of tens of thousands of miles. All the mountains and rivers in the area were turned into ashes and scorched ruins in the five-colored flames. Originally, such a destructive five-colored flame could kill more than 80% of the Nangong clan's over 1,000 people. However, the 1,000 or so disciples of the Nangong clan did their best to form a defensive shield. This was equivalent to the third line of defense and barrier of the Nangong clan. The first was the battleship and the second was the shield formed by Nangong Buhua and the others. However, more than 80% of the five-colored flame's power was neutralized. Even though the flames engulfed the disciples of the Nangong clan, there were not many casualties. Only 100 or so disciples of the Nangong clan were killed and 200 or so were injured. This result was far from what the Great Guardian had expected. When the Great Guardian saw that Nangong Buhua and the others were still intact, as well as the thousands of Nangong clan members, he was so angry that his face turned green and his eyes turned red. Damn it! The Great Guardian took out the heavenly talisman reluctantly, but this was the result. How could he be satisfied? However, he did not have a similar trump card or divine item anymore. No matter how angry he was, he could only lead the God Slayer under his command to fight the Nangong clan and gradually reduce their numbers. It was unrealistic to think that he could kill Nangong Buhua and the others quickly through other means. The explosion of the 12 heavenly talismans was indeed terrifying. The area within 100,000 miles was flattened and turned into ruins. The entire secret realm was shaking. The space was shattered and cracks appeared in the void. 80,000 miles away, the battlefield above the Surge Domain Chief's mansion was also affected by the five-colored flames. The ceiling array that was already full of cracks and on the verge of collapse collapsed on the spot. When the array dissipated, the disciples of the five clans were elated. They cheered excitedly and smiled with success. After the array collapsed, the pressure on them was greatly reduced, and their combat power returned to normal. Now, with their advantage in numbers, they could definitely kill the two Great Guardians and the 3,000 God Slayer. However, just as the disciples of the five clans were filled with joy, divine light shot up from all directions. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, divine light gathered in the sky and formed another ceiling array with a radius of 30,000 miles. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the five clans were stunned. Everyone was filled with anger. Chapter 41:26. Didn't we just break one layer of the seal array? Why is there another layer? Damn those insidious old bastards. They set up 2 layers of the seal array? Damn it. I thought we were out of trouble. I didn't expect to come again. Since those 2 white-haired old bastards are so insidious, they probably set up a 3rd layer of the seal array. How long would it take to set up such an array? Unless they set up an ambush 5 or 6 days in advance, they couldn't have set up 3 layers of the seal array. In other words, if we break the 2nd layer of the seal array, we'll be out of trouble? The disciples of the 5 clans couldn't help but curse and discuss when they saw the 2nd seal array. However, no matter how angry they were, it was useless. They could only continue to fight and attack the seal array above their heads. The scene from before played out again. Within a radius of 30,000 miles, divine light was still flickering. All kinds of wind, fire, and lightning covered the sky. As time went by, the number of people on both sides continued to decrease. The domain chief's mansion beneath their feet had long been destroyed in the Great Battle and had been reduced to ruins. Of course, the hundreds of palaces and mansions were destroyed, but neither side felt sorry. Only the Ripple Domain Master, who was imprisoned, would feel heartache when he saw his 1,000 years of hard work and foundation turn into nothing. On the other side, the battle between the Nangong clan and the Great Guardian was still going on. The number of casualties on both sides kept increasing, but the ratio was still 6 to 10. Overall, the number of casualties didn't increase quickly. The Nangong clan's cohesiveness and tenacity were beyond expectations. The Great Guardian estimated that it would take at least 4 hours to kill everyone in the Nangong clan. However, the 2nd Guardian and the 3,000 God Slayer wouldn't be able to hold on for 4 hours. At that time, the battle situation would definitely change. It might even be reversed. Half an hour ago. At the northern border of the Ripple domain, the god-slaying battleship streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, flying toward the south at the fastest speed. Usually, when Ji Tianxing traveled on the god-slaying battleship, the battleship would hide its flames and aura. However, at this moment, in order to make the battleship reach its maximum speed, Bai Long didn't waste his divine power on hiding his tracks. After all, the god-slaying battleship had been operating at its limit. Every hour, it would consume resources worth billions of god stones. So far, in less than a day, the God-Slayer battleship had already consumed 80 billion resources. He had paid such a huge price just to get to the Rippling Waves domain as soon as possible. In the cockpit of the battleship, the White Dragon was still focused on controlling the array formation of the divine ship. Ji Tianxing sat cross-legged on a jade couch, his expression calm as he closed his eyes and rested. Originally, no matter how fast the god-slaying battleship was, it was impossible for it to cross 7 regions in a single day and arrive at the border of the Rippling region. However, Ji Tianxing was flexible and could find the fastest way. The Rebel Alliance had taken over all the domains from his domain to the Wavy Billow domain. The domain lords of these domains had all surrendered to the Rebel Alliance. As such, Ji Tianxing ordered the various domain lords along the way to give him the authority to use the teleportation divine array. Every time he entered a region, he would arrive at a certain empire in the north of the region through a teleportation divine formation and quickly arrive at a certain place in the south of the region. Usually, a teleportation array could help him travel from tens of millions of miles to hundreds of millions of miles. This was much faster than the god-slaying battleship. That was why he could create such a miracle and enter the Rippling Waves domain in less than a day. Unfortunately, the Rebel Alliance hadn't conquered the Rippling Waves domain yet. Ji Tianxing also couldn't use the teleportation array to quickly reach the center of the Rippling Waves domain from the northern border. The god-slaying battleship could only travel at full speed toward the Rippling Waves secret realm in the center of the region. Suddenly, a spiritual light flew from the sky and landed in front of Ji Tianxing. After the spiritual light dissipated, an exquisite communication jade slip was revealed. Seeing this jade slip, Ji Tianxing frowned and a light flashed in his eyes. This was the jade slip he had left for Nangong Buhua. It was specially used to report urgent and important matters. When he saw this jade slip, he guessed that something must have happened to the Southern Army. Swoosh! He quickly picked up the jade slip and used his divine sense to read the message inside. Just as he expected, Nangong Buhua's slightly hoarse and anxious voice immediately sounded in his mind. Alliance Master, we were ambushed in the Rippling Waves secret realm and are in a critical situation. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unscathed. The Rippling Waves domain lord is imprisoned and the 5,000 soldiers who ambushed us are led by the first guardian and second guardian of the Azura Divine Palace. This is the Imperial Tutor scheme. Alliance Master, you must be careful. Although it was a distressed jade slip, Nangong Buhua only reported the situation and didn't ask for help. In fact, knowing that he couldn't escape unscathed, he was more worried about Ji Tianxing's safety. It's just as I expected. Ji Tianxing put away the jade slip and muttered in a low voice with a frown. Previously, he had been seized by a sudden impulse and had had so many bad premonitions and a strong sense of danger. Before he could verify it, he couldn't completely believe it. He hoped that his premonition was wrong. But reality proved that his prediction was right. This made him understand one thing. It seems that although I can't get the divine power of merit rewarded by the heavenly way, I have some kind of connection with the heavenly way. This kind of premonition can actually predict danger in advance. It's really mysterious. At this time, White Dragon turned his head and asked, Master, what happened? Ji Tianxing replied calmly, as I expected, the Emperor's preceptor sent a group of 5,000 elite soldiers to set up a trap in the secret realm of waves, ambushing the Southern Army. White Dragon was instantly filled with worry and asked with concern, what's the situation now? Did the Southern Army escape the siege? How are the casualties? Ji Tianxing shook his head and said, Nangong Buhua only sent this message and it was hurried and vague. It wasn't detailed enough. This means that they are in a very dangerous situation and must be fighting a fierce battle. The Imperial Tutor has been planning this for a long time, and the 5,000 elite soldiers are waiting for the enemy to arrive. The Southern Army must have suffered heavy casualties. White Dragon became more and more worried and asked bitterly, but the god-slaying battleship's speed has increased to the limit. What should we do? Don't panic. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said, just continue to move forward at full speed. We should reach the Rippling Waves secret realm in 2 hours. Although the Southern Army has been ambushed and will suffer heavy casualties, they are still ancient clans. However, they were the 6 great ancient clans after all, and had over 6,000 elite experts and experts. No matter how fierce the enemy is, they can't destroy the Southern Army in such a short time. I believe that Nangong Buhua and the other clan leaders can hold on for 2 hours and wait for my rescue. Chapter 41:27. Ji Tianxing had considered this problem when arranging the members of the Southern Army. The reason why he had the 6 clans form the Southern Army was to prevent the Imperial Tutor from splitting up and attacking the 2 armies one by one. Although the Southern Army was not harmonious and there would be some disagreements between the 6 clans. This was all within his expectations and could be controlled. He believed that with Nangong Buhua's strength and attitude, he would eventually solve this problem. At the same time, Ji Tianxing also maintained a corresponding affirmation and trust in the Southern Army's combat power. No matter how disharmonious the 6 clans were, they were all ancient inheritances with 30,000 years of history. Even if they were ambushed by more than 5,000 Godslayer, they would not be completely defeated and could at least hold on for a long time. Because of this, although he was worried, he was not as worried as he was. The real situation on the battlefield was basically the same as Ji Tianxing's prediction. The battle on the 2 battlefields was still going on, and the Nangong clan, which had suffered heavy casualties, was still struggling to hold on. There were only about 4,000 people left in the 5 clans, and they were still desperately fighting back in the ceiling array, wildly attacking the defensive light shield. The second Guardian and the Godslayer under his command were also in a tense state, and they were attacking the 5 clans' disciples with all their might. Tens of thousands of divine light shadows still covered the sky. Earth-shattering collisions and explosions were constantly heard, reverberating in the heavens and the earth. The casualties on both sides were constantly increasing, and the surviving soldiers were also riddled with scars, and their strength was constantly weakening. But no one would retreat or give up, and they vowed to fight until the end. The Godslayer had spent so much time and effort to complete this ambush, and no matter what, they would swallow the Southern Army. Even if they were completely wiped out, they would perish together with the Southern Army. This was their mission. As for the Southern Army, the Nangong clan was determined to break out of the encirclement. If there was a chance to rescue the other 5 clans, they would naturally join up with them and escape the secret realm together. If their casualties were too heavy, they could only protect themselves first. At least, the Southern Army could not be completely wiped out. Because the Nangong clan's casualties were too heavy, the surviving disciples were determined to die and treated this battle as the last battle of their lives. Therefore, they erupted with unprecedented combat power, and they were unusually tenacious. Especially Nangong Buhua, Nangong Nihuang, and a few elders, they were bathed in blood and extremely tenacious. Even the Great Guardian was helpless and could only fight steadily and surely. He suddenly felt somewhat regretful. If he had known that the Southern Army's combat power was so strong, he would not have forcefully imprisoned the Wavy God Domain's leader and thousands of her subordinates when he had just entered the Wavy secret realm. The Wavy Zone Master's forces were weak, with only a little over 1,000 monarchs and a few god kings under her command. Great Lords Lord of the God-Slayers' forces. God-Slayers' had. The God-Slayer, S-Slayer had God-Slayers Domain Slayers' Godsend this S's. In that case, the soldiers under the Domain Master's command could be used as cannon fodder. God-Slaying of the God-Slayer of the God. Was God die the God-Gods. The be more of them. Time passed quietly. Half an hour passed quickly. More than half of the Nangong clan's 1,000 people had been killed or injured. Only about 600 people were left. Of the 1,800 God-Slayer soldiers under the command of the Great Protector, only 1,200 remained. Tens of thousands of miles away, the battle near the Domain Chief's mansion was also very fierce. Of the 5,000 people from the 5 clans, there were only about 4,200 people left. Of the 3,200 God-Slayer subordinates under the Second Protector, more than 900 were killed or injured. Only 2,200 remained. The fierce battle between the two battlefields sent out destructive shockwaves that destroyed everything within a radius of 100,000 miles. Even the spatial barrier of the secret realm had been shattered. Numerous void cracks and pitch black holes had appeared. Finally, the second seal was broken by the disciples of the 5 clans. Along with a series of cracking noises, the huge defensive light screen fell apart, turning into pieces that scattered all over the ruins. This time, the disciples of the 5 clans had learned their lesson. Even when they saw the seal being broken, they didn't cheer excitedly, nor did they look relieved. With the previous lesson, no one dared to be excited. They were all on guard and guessing whether the God-Slayer had a backup plan or whether he had set up a third seal. Fortunately, as many Divine King experts had analyzed, the God-Slayer didn't have enough time. The God-Slayer didn't have much time. He had already done his best to set up 2 seals in a hurry. As for the third seal, it was impossible to complete it. The third layer of the formation that everyone expected did not appear. The Second Protector also quickly retreated with his 2,200 subordinates. Seeing this, the 5 clans' patriarchs and elders all hesitated. They looked at each other and hurriedly communicated with each other. They didn't act rashly. If it were in the past, seeing the Second Protector retreating with the God-Slayer, they would have pounced on him and launched a counterattack. However, they had learned their lesson and wouldn't act rashly again. It looks like the God-Slayer didn't have time to set up the third seal? That might not be the case. Don't forget the lesson from before. It's better to be cautious. The Second Protector and those God-Slayer retreated. They might be trying to numb our minds and make us lower our guard, luring us into another trap. Don't think too much. Everything within 100,000 miles has been razed to the ground and turned into ruins. If they had set up an ambush, it would have been activated or even destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. That makes sense. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take advantage of the victory and kill those bastards. We have to fight back. We can't let those bastards escape. Everyone look. The Nangong clan has suffered heavy casualties. If we don't go and support them as soon as possible, I'm afraid they'll be completely wiped out. Even if the Nangong clan is completely wiped out, forget it. We're a whole after all. We're all part of the Rebel Alliance's Southern Army. We share honor and disgrace. We can't just stand by and watch them die. That's right. Even if we're not on good terms with the Nangong clan, Nangong Buhua has done his duty. He reminded us twice before. If the Nangong clan is completely wiped out, we won't be able to face the alliance leader. Let's put aside our prejudices and work together. The 5 clans' patriarchs and elders discussed for a while and quickly reached a consensus. They spread out and formed a formation to chase after the Second Protector and the God-Slayer. They wanted to defeat them as soon as possible. Then, they would go and support the Nangong clan. Chapter 41-28. The Second Guardian and the 2,200 soldiers of the God-Punishing Legion were extremely anxious. Previously, with the help of the sealing formation, they could still suppress the disciples of the 5 clans. Now, without the sealing formation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the 2,200 of them to deal with the 4,200 people of the 5 clans. The number of divine lords was 2,000 less than the other party. The number of God King experts was also over 50 less than the other party. It was obvious that if they fought recklessly, the Second Guardian and the God-Slayer would definitely be defeated or even wiped out. Therefore, when the disciples of the 5 clans caught up, the Second Guardian's strategy was to fight and wander, retreating as he fought. He would not fight recklessly with the other party, nor would he waste his strength. What he wanted to do was to preserve his strength and stall for time, waiting for the Great Guardian to deal with the Nangong clan before reuniting with him. The Great Guardian had the same idea. But unfortunately, the clan leaders and elders of the 5 clans had guessed the second Guardian's thoughts. They did not give the second Guardian a chance to stall for time. The more the second Guardian retreated, the more ferocious their attacks were, and the more ferocious their fighting strength was. Previously, the disciples of the 5 clans were restrained by the ceiling formation, so their strength was reduced. Now that they were free, everyone could use their full strength. The power they could unleash was unimaginable. Kill. What bullsh***, T-God Slayer, without schemes and tricks, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Brothers, kill them all and avenge our dead brothers. Kill the enemy and show our might. The disciples of the 5 clans roared and roared, charging forward without caring about their own safety. On the battlefield, a dazzling divine light lit up again, and an earth-shattering battle broke out, giving off a deafening sound. Soldiers from both sides were constantly injured and killed in the chaotic battle, leaving no corpses behind. But now, the situation was reversed. The disciples of the 5 clans suffered light casualties, while the second Guardian and the God Slayer under his command suffered heavy casualties. After all, the 5 clans had more disciples and had an absolute advantage. Tens of thousands of miles away, the Great Guardian saw that the second Guardian and the God Slayer were being chased down. They were fighting and retreating at the same time. He immediately frowned and looked very embarrassed. Although he had expected this to happen, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. The Nangong clan was still fighting desperately, and he couldn't get away to help the second Guardian and the others. At the same time, Nangong Buhua and the others, who were already covered in wounds, saw the 5 families counterattack. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and felt even more confident. After all, the disciples of the 5 great clans had managed to escape, and while they fought back against the second Guardian and the God Slayer, they were still approaching the Nangong clan. Looking at their posture, it was clear that they were here to reinforce the Nangong clan. This made Nangong Buhua feel slightly comforted, and his disappointment towards the 5 clans lessened a lot. Unknowingly, 45 minutes had passed. The battle in the field was about to come to an end. The second protector led his God Slayer away from the previous battlefield and finally met up with the Great Protector and the others. However, at this time, the second protector was already heavily injured, and his body was covered in blood. More than half of the 2,200 God Slayer under his command had been killed, and only a few dozen people were left. On the other hand, there were still more than 3,800 disciples of the 5 great clans, and the injuries of the injured were relatively light. On this battlefield, the 5 great clans were naturally victorious, and the second protector and the God Slayer had suffered a crushing defeat. However, the situation of the Great Protector and the Nangong clan was the opposite. The Great Protector only suffered light injuries, and only 3 God Kings under his command died. The remaining 15 people who survived were not heavily injured. Nangong Buhua, on the other hand, was heavily injured. Nangong Nihuang, a few elders, and many deacons were also heavily injured. Another 6 God Kings died in the bloody battle. Of the 1,800 God Slayer under the Great Protector, more than 500 died, and more than 600 were injured. Out of the 1,200 disciples of the Nangong clan, more than 700 of them were killed, and the remaining 500 or so were severely injured. Originally, the Nangong clan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If the battle continued for half an hour, the Nangong clan would have been defeated and quickly exterminated. However, the second protector led the remaining soldiers and joined up with the Great Protector. The 3,800 people of the 5 great clans also joined up with the Nangong clan. The 2 battlefields merged into one. This was naturally advantageous to the second protector and the God Slayer under his command. However, it was even more advantageous to the Nangong clan. At least, the Nangong clan had a chance to breathe and escape danger. The 6 great clans temporarily abandoned their prejudices and joined forces to surround the Great Protector, the second protector, and the God Slayer. The Southern Army had 4,400 people left, while the God Slayer only had 2,300 people left. The initiative returned to the Southern Army, and the God Slayer was forced into a passive position. No one had expected such a subversive outcome. The disciples of the 5 great clans only surrounded the God Slayer and were not in a hurry to attack. Both sides faced each other in the sky, taking the opportunity to recuperate and treat their injuries. The Divine King experts of the 5 great clans all revealed complacent sneers as they mocked and ridiculed the Great Protector and the Second Protector. This is the so-called God Slayer? The secret weapon that the Imperial Tutor had carefully planned for so long? What a joke! Protectors, you guys arrived here in advance and set up a trap. Why do you only have this little trick? This is too disappointing. We thought that the Imperial Tutor would be earth-shattering when he made his move. We didn't expect that it would be like playing house. If you only have this little ability, then I'm afraid that you will all be wiped out here today. Facing the ridicule of so many experts, the Great Protector and the Second Protector were filled with anger, but they were also abnormally sullen. They wanted to refute, but they did not know where to start. After all, what the other party said was the truth. They had seized the initiative and set up a trap and ambush in advance. They thought that it was a sure thing. However, they did not expect that it would actually be like this in the end. Before the start of the battle, they had flaunted their prowess and the Southern Army had panicked. Now, the Southern Army had turned the tables and victory was in their hands. However, they were heavily surrounded and could not escape even if they had wings. This was simply too face-slapping. The Great Protector's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he could not speak. The regret in his heart was even more intense. However, the Second Protector could not hold back his anger. He roared with a ferocious expression, "You traitors, don't be so arrogant. The battle is not over yet. The victor is still unknown. It's absolutely impossible for you to be a match for us with your battered and defeated army." The Second Protector's words were a little exaggerated. However, he was right about one thing. The battle was not over yet. The outcome was indeed unknown. Even if the Southern Army had the advantage on the surface, it was still somewhat difficult to destroy the God Slayer. Moreover, they would have to pay a terrible price. The patriarchs of the 5 great clans actually wanted to take the opportunity to disturb the morale of the God Slayer's army. It would be best if they could make the other side collapse without attacking. Chapter 41-29. The patriarchs of the ancient clans, as well as the first and second guardians of the God Slayer, were all smart people. In fact, everyone had a clear understanding of the current situation. It was true that the Southern Army had the upper hand, but the God Slayer could still inflict heavy losses on the Southern Army if he wanted to die together with them. If the two sides fought to the death, the final result would most likely be the God Slayer would be completely destroyed, and only a little more than 1,000 people in the Southern Army would survive. In that case, each of the 6 ancient clans would only have 200 or 300 people left. It would be an unprecedented loss. The name of the South Road Army would probably only exist in name. This was the result that the 6 patriarchs didn't want to see. However, no matter how the 5 patriarchs mocked the God Slayer and attacked the enemy's morale, they couldn't make the God Slayer depressed, let alone surrender on the spot. Therefore, the Southern Army had to make a choice as soon as possible. Should they fight to the death with the God-punishing army? Should they pay a heavy price to completely annihilate the God-punishing army? Or should they retreat from the wavy secret realm and make plans after resting? The reason why the Southern Army made the choice and not the God Slayer was because they had the initiative. The atmosphere on the battlefield immediately eased. Even the air became much quieter. The patriarchs of the 5 ancient clans began to discuss telepathically. "Everyone, there are only 2 paths in front of us. We can either fight to the death and eliminate the God Slayer in one go, or we can follow the previous plan and retreat from the wavy secret realm. Anyway, the wavy domain's main residence has been destroyed, and there's no teleportation formation to the outside world. The God Slayer will remain in the wavy secret realm. We only need to block the entrance to stop them. Killing the God Slayer in one go will definitely be a great achievement, but will also suffer heavy casualties. I estimate that only a little more than 1,000 people will be left. In that case, the Southern Army will only exist in name. Can we afford such losses? In comparison, I also think that retreating from the wavy secret realm and making other plans is more reliable. Speaking of which, let's ask Nangong Buhua for his opinion. After all, he is the Vice Alliance leader in name, and the Nangong clan has suffered such terrible losses. Forget it, you can ask him. While the clan leaders were discussing, someone asked for Nangong Buhua's opinion, which made everyone feel awkward. However, after the previous incident, everyone's prejudice against Nangong Buhua had lessened. Therefore, the patriarchs tacitly agreed. The patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Chuyun, sent a voice transmission to Nangong Buhua on behalf of the other patriarchs, asking for his opinion. Nangong Buhua's injuries were very serious. He was silently adjusting his breath and suppressing the injuries in his internal organs. When he heard Jiang Chuyun's question, he answered without the slightest hesitation. If I were to make such an important decision on my own, I'm afraid that the morale of the army would be affected. Why don't I ask everyone to wait for a moment while I report the situation to the Alliance Master and ask him to make a decision? Obviously, Nangong Buhua knew that the 5 patriarchs might not listen to him. Thus, he did not make the decision and left the choice to Ji Tianxing. No matter what decision Ji Tianxing made, no one had anything to say, and everyone would obey. This was no doubt the best solution. Jiang Chuyun was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Nangong Buhua to handle the matter this way. However, he came back to his senses and nodded to show that he understood. Nangong Buhua took out a communication jade slip and started to input a message, preparing to report it to Ji Tianxing. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. In the sky to the south of the battlefield, a dazzling white light lit up in the direction of the secret realm's entrance. A mighty and majestic divine warship that was thousands of feet long tore through the sky at lightning speed and headed straight for the battlefield. The warship was unbelievably fast. It did not conceal its divine light and powerful aura at all. The thousands of people on the battlefield were alarmed. They all turned to look at the entrance and fixed their eyes on the divine warship. Even Nangong Buhua, who was sending a message, looked up at the sky subconsciously and stopped sending messages. In just 2 short breaths, the magnificent battleship had crossed 80,000 miles in the sky and arrived above the battlefield. Swoosh! The mighty and majestic warship stopped high in the sky and quickly retracted its dazzling divine light and powerful divine power. Countless people's hearts were in their mouths as they stared at the divine warship. The same question popped up in their minds. Which expert's warship is this? Why did it barge into the billowing secret realm at this time? Could it be the enemy's strong reinforcements? The Great Guardian and Second Guardian were sure that the Imperial Tutor was very confident in the God Slayer and would not send any experts as reinforcements. Therefore, this warship that suddenly appeared was very likely the Rebel Alliance's reinforcements. The 6 clans of the Southern Army also had the same question and worry. They all knew that other than Alliance Master Kenshin, no other expert would help them. However, the Alliance Master was hundreds of millions of miles away at this time. Even if he knew that they were ambushed in the billowing secret realm, he would not be able to rush over. Therefore, this warship that appeared out of nowhere was most likely the reinforcements of the God Slayer, an expert sent by the Imperial Tutor. In an instant, both sides on the battlefield tensed up. They shrank their formation and got into a defensive posture. At this time, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the warship was put away. A handsome white figure appeared high in the sky. He stood in the air and looked down on the battlefield. There was also a handsome and devilishly handsome white-haired young man in silver armor standing behind him like an attendant. Everyone's eyes ignored the white-haired young man and focused on the white-robed figure. When everyone saw his appearance, their expressions changed drastically. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. There were even more than 1,000 people who could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God! It's him! How can it be him? I don't believe it! Isn't he in the north? How can he be here? I don't believe it! This must be an illusion! Someone must be pretending to be him. Oh my God, it's the Alliance Master. Oh my God, isn't the Alliance Master in the north? Why does it seem like he fell from the sky? It's been less than 2 hours since we were ambushed. How did the Alliance Master get here? I've said it before. Lord Kenshin is omnipotent. He must have mastered some kind of ultimate divine ability that allows him to cross a region in an instant and travel freely in the God realm. Although you mentioned this before, we all thought it was ridiculous and nonsensical. However, it seems like you guessed right. My Alliance Master is amazing. This is unbelievable. It's a miracle. Within 2 hours, he crossed 7 to 8 regions and appeared in front of us out of nowhere. Even the storytellers in the tea house would not dare to make up such a story, right? Lord Alliance Leader is our guardian angel. He is omnipotent. Chapter 4130. Without a doubt. It was as if a king had descended from the heavens. It was Ji Tianxing. The situation was just as he had guessed. When he arrived at the battlefield, the southern army was still able to hold on and had not been defeated. However, he did not expect both sides to have a temporary truce. It seemed like the southern army had the upper hand. Among the thousands of people on the battlefield, there was no one who didn't know Ji Tianxing. When both sides saw Ji Tianxing appear, their reactions and expressions were different. The Godslayer was filled with shock and disbelief. It was too absurd. At the same time, they were filled with fear and uneasiness. Their morale was quickly decreasing. As for the 4,000 people of the Southern Army, they were filled with shock and joy. They were filled with admiration and pride. At this moment, Kenshin's image in their hearts rose to another level. He had become their guardian, an omnipotent king. The worries that had been hidden in the hearts of more than 4,400 clan members had all been lifted. When they saw Kenshin appear, they were completely at ease. In their minds, Kenshin was invincible. Even if Kenshin was alone, he could kill more than 2,000 Godslayer. Even if they did not participate in the battle and just watched from the side, it would not affect the outcome. Hence, the atmosphere on the battlefield became polarized. On one side, it was gloomy and dead silent. The crowd was filled with fear and despair. On the other side, everyone was cheering. Their blood was boiling and they were in high spirits. Some of them were even dancing with joy. Ji Tianxing looked down at the battlefield. His gaze swept across the battlefield and finally landed on Nangong Buhua and the others. He ignored the Godslayer and flew to Nangong Buhua and the others with White Dragon. Why did the Nangong clan suffer so many casualties? How are your injuries? As soon as they met, Ji Tianxing interrupted Nangong Buhua and the others who were about to bow and asked about the situation in a concerned tone. This scene made the 500 surviving Nangong clan members feel warm and uplifted. No matter how great the Nangong clan's sacrifice was, they felt that it was worth it to gain the Kenshin's trust and concern. Nangong Nihuang was about to explain the reason when Nangong Buhua waved his hand and said with shame, reporting to the Alliance Master, "It was my fault that everyone fell into an ambush and sacrificed themselves. Please allow this old man to report the details after the battle." On the other side, the patriarchs of the 5 families thought that Nangong Buhua would complain and complain when he saw Kenshin. For example, he complained that the 5 clans did not respect orders and were greedy for merit, which led to everyone being ambushed. However, Nangong Buhua did not do so. On the contrary, he did not blame the 5 clans at all. Instead, he took the blame on himself. This made the people of the 5 clans heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt ashamed and self-reproachful. Their expressions were not very natural. Ji Tianxing took a deep look at Nangong Buhua and nodded. "Okay, your injuries are too serious for you to report the military situation in detail. Let's talk about it later. All of you retreat far away and arrange for the disciples to circulate their energy and heal their injuries. As for the rest, leave it to me." Ji Tianxing waved his hand and asked the people of the Nangong clan to retreat and heal their injuries. He was very confident and domineering. Of course, he did not just wave his hand to give an order. He also sent out a hazy green light that splashed on the bodies of the Nangong clan disciples. The green light entered the bodies of the 500 people and immediately made them feel cool and comfortable. Most of their injuries disappeared and their divine power recovered by a lot. This seemingly casual group healing technique won the gratitude of the Nangong clan disciples. It also made the eyes of the disciples of the 5 families shine with admiration and envy. After the people of the Nangong clan retreated, Ji Tianxing looked at the patriarchs and elders of the 5 families. His expression was solemn as he asked in a dignified tone, "This result is not what you want to see, nor is it what you want, right?" There was a deeper meaning in this sentence. The faces of the 5 patriarchs darkened. They lowered their heads and looked elsewhere, not daring to look at Ji Tianxing. Of course, this was a sign of guilt. Ji Tianxing did not reprimand them in front of everyone. He said expressionlessly, "We will talk about the details after the battle. But now, I hope that you can make up for your mistakes and not disappoint me a second time." The faces and eyes of the 5 patriarchs were a little ashamed and respectful at the same time. They thought to themselves, it has only been 2 hours and Nangong Buhua did not have the chance to report the details. How did Kenshin know the truth? Moreover, Nangong Buhua did not complain and even took the initiative to take responsibility. Could it be that Kenshin had already predicted that there would be prejudice and disagreements within the Southern Army and that the 5 families would not listen to Nangong Buhua's orders? If that was the case, did it not mean that Kenshin had already seen through everyone's hearts? Everyone's selfishness and schemes could not be hidden in front of Kenshin? It was too scary. In the future, they should just carry out their missions obediently. If there were any more problems, they did not know how Kenshin would punish them. Thinking of this, the 5 patriarchs saluted and said in unison, "We obey the alliance leader's orders." Seeing that the 5 patriarchs had a good attitude in admitting their mistakes, Ji Tianxing did not pursue the matter further. He then turned to look at the Great Guardian, Second Guardian, and the 2000 God Slayer. "Ji not bad, Ji not bad, you two are still alive?" Ji Tianxing's gaze locked onto the 2 guardians, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Obviously, the 2 guardians had participated in the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago when the 5 God Emperors had besieged him. Ji Tianxing had known them long before that. Ever since Ji Tianxing had arrived, he had ignored the God Slayer and only focused on talking to the Southern Army. The 2 guardians were embarrassed and angry that the God Slayer had been ignored. At this moment, hearing Ji Tianxing's mocking and sarcastic words, the 2 of them were furious. "Kenshin, even you, a dead person, can come back to life. How can we die? Kenshin, you only dare to be arrogant in front of us. If you have the ability, go assassinate the Imperial Tutor and fight against His Majesty the God Emperor. Even if you come back to life, you will still die without a doubt if you meet His Majesty the God Emperor again." The 2 guardians retorted back at Ji Tianxing with ferocious expressions. Ji Tianxing, however, was not angry. He sneered and said, "The Imperial Tutor is destined to die soon. The Azura God Emperor will also be killed by me one day. But you will not see any of this, because you are going to die soon." The 2 guardians were so angry that their eyes widened and they wanted to retort. However, Ji Tianxing did not waste any more words with them. He said murderously, "You don't need to say any last words. Go on your way now." With that, he formed a divine seal with both hands and used an ultimate divine ability. Sword Rain. Against more than 2,000 divine lords, this earth-shattering sword divine ability had always been the best killing weapon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, tens of thousands of stars lit up in the sky and poured down like meteors. The clan leaders of the 5 clans also took the lead and brandished their divine weapons, besieging the God Punishment army. More than 4,400 disciples of the big clans all had their blood boiling. They performed their abilities with lofty sentiments and started the encirclement. Chapter 41-31. A total of 90,000 stellar swords descended from the sky with a terrifying might that could annihilate all things. The blazing sun was obscured, and everything within tens of thousands of miles was transformed into a resplendent world of silver light. Before the swords arrived, a terrifying suppressive force had already enveloped more than 2,000 God-Slayer. The God-Slayers' hearts were shrouded in a layer of haze, and a deep sense of fear welled up in their hearts. As a result, their combat power naturally decreased as well. The first guardian, second guardian, and several dozen god kings all sensed the terrifying might of the stellar swords, and their expressions changed drastically as fear filled their hearts. But they could not panic. They knew that they could not escape the onslaught of the stellar swords, so they could only work together to defend. Swish, 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 swish. They were very fast, and in an instant, they had formed a massive shield. More than 2,300 God-Slayer also came back to their senses, and they worked together to release their vigorous divine power, forming a shield of light that spanned 1,000 miles. The next moment, the stellar swords that blotted out the sky poured down like a torrential downpour, viciously slamming into the stellar shield. Bam, bam, bam. Rumble, rumble. Muffled booms erupted, reverberating through the world in a deafening manner. Even though the two shields formed by the God-Slayer possessed extremely powerful defensive capabilities, they were still unable to withstand the onslaught of the stellar swords. However, under the bombardment of tens of thousands of starry swords, it still appeared weak and could not withstand a single blow. Accompanied by earth-shaking booms, the shields formed by the 2,000 God-Slayer were the first to be shattered by the stellar swords, sending shards of stellar swords into the sky. Immediately afterward, the destructive stellar swords viciously slammed into the shields formed by the first guardian, second guardian, and the other god kings. The result was the same. The shields formed by these god kings were unable to block the onslaught of the stellar swords, and they instantly shattered, sending shards everywhere. Thus, more than 2,300 God-Slayer were swallowed up by the stellar swords. Bam, 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 bam. Rumble! With deafening booms, the area within tens of thousands of miles was transformed into a sea of stellar swords, and almost nothing could be seen. Amidst the sword light that filled the sky, there were mournful wails, painful screams, and roars of those on the brink of death. Hundreds of God-Slayers' bodies were smashed to pieces by the starry greatsword, turning into dregs on the spot. Even more God-Slayer, in their fear and despair, did everything they could to avoid the giant swords, but they were still heavily injured. Even those several dozen God King powerhouses also found it hard to withstand the terrifying might of the simultaneous bombardment of 10,000 swords. At least 20 God Kings were injured by the huge swords. Even the first and second protectors were no exception. Among them, 11 God Kings were too heavily injured. They were smashed into dregs by the huge starry sword. Even their godheads were shattered. Under the lead of the 5 patriarchs, the disciples of the 5 clans rushed over while shouting. However, the great star sword had enveloped this area, so they didn't dare to recklessly join the battle. They could only stay in the distance and wait for the sword light to dissipate. After all, those starry swords attacked indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. The first round of bombardment from the 90,000 starry swords caused the God-Slayer to suffer heavy casualties. Nearly 20,000 of the starry swords had also been destroyed. Starlight burst forth, and a destructive shockwave erupted. But this wasn't the end. The remaining 70,000 starry swords once again interweaved and danced in the air, shuttling back and forth, forming a huge sword net. Bush, bush, bush. More than 1,000 soldiers of the God-punishing army who were lucky enough to survive were all heavily injured. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they were once again attacked by more than 70,000 starry swords. It was a tragic sight. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams rang out. Blood rained down from the sky. As a result, the God-Slayer suffered a devastating blow, and their numbers plummeted. Finally, for breaths of time passed. The power of the tens of thousands of starry swords was exhausted and finally dissipated. The scene regained its clarity. When the disciples of the 5 families saw the outcome of the God-Slayer clearly, everyone sucked in a cold breath, revealing incomparably shocked expressions. It was only to see that the ruins within a radius of 10,000 miles became a deep pit. Corpses and wreckage were scattered everywhere, as well as fragments of armor and weapons. The God Slayer that still had more than 2,300 people just now was actually reduced to just over 800 people at this time. There were actually 1,500 God Slayer that were one-shot by Ji Tianxing in one move. Even the number of Divine King powerhouses also decreased by 18. Such peerlessly horrifying power was truly world-shaking. The facts proved that it was just as the disciples of the five families guessed. Ji Tianxing alone was comparable to their killing power of several thousand people. In fact, it even surpassed it. The eyes of the five families' patriarchs, elders, and deacons when looking at Ji Tianxing were all filled with awe. Everyone could not resist thinking in their hearts, is this really something that a divine king can accomplish? Is Kenshin just a peak divine king as simple as that? On the surface, Kenshin should be the #1 powerhouse among the divine kings, an existence second only to the five great god emperor. But combined with Kenshin's various performances previously, he created all kinds of miracles. Everyone firmly believed that Kenshin's true strength was already very close to the five great god emperors. Thinking up to here, everyone also had some more confidence in Kenshin's grand revenge plan. Very soon, the five patriarchs all came back to their senses and hurriedly led the disciples under their command to carry out encirclement and annihilation of the remaining God Slayer. The 800 over God Slayer that survived all suffered considerable injuries. Many people were riddled with scars and dripping with blood. Their combat power was also greatly reduced. When the 4,000 over people of the five families rushed up, it was like a monstrous flood, rapidly drowning those God Slayer. The two sides had a difference of 5 times in numbers. Moreover, the God Slayer's injuries were even more tragic. In addition, the disciples of the five families all had the intention of redeeming themselves by meritorious service and showing off in front of Kenshin. They charged especially bravely and with all their might, quite a kind of feeling of charging forward with no regard for their own safety. The result was self-evident. The God Slayer was completely suppressed and beaten to a sorry state, without the slightest ability to resist. The moment the first protector, second protector, and those divine king powerhouses saw that the situation was not right, they turned around and fled without hesitation. But Ji Tianxing's divine sense had long locked onto the divine soul aura of the two protectors. The patriarchs and elders of the five families also kept a close eye on the God Slayer's divine king powerhouses. The two sides began a chase high in the sky and soon engaged in a fierce battle. Ji Tianxing fought 1 against 2. Dealing with the first protector and second protector, he appeared to be handling it with ease. The two sides had only exchanged a few blows when he heavily injured the two protectors until they vomited blood and crashed into the ruins in a wretched state. On the other side, the several dozen divine kings of the five families joined forces to besiege the dozen or so God Slayer. The battle was also abnormally intense. Even if those dozen or so divine kings defended with all their might, fighting as they fled, they were unable to break free from the encirclement of the five families' powerhouses. Just like this battle lasted for 100 breaths of time before it ended very quickly. Chapter 41-32. The result of the battle was as expected. The God Slayer was completely annihilated, including the Great Guardian and the Second Guardian. None of them had a complete corpse, their godheads shattered. After being ravaged by the battle, the rippling secret realm finally returned to normal. The disciples of the five clans cheered in high spirits, celebrating this beautiful victory. At this moment, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed, and the pressure in their hearts was completely released. The torrential cheers and shouts lasted for dozens of breaths before gradually calming down. Ji Tianxing did not stop the disciples of the five clans from cheering, nor did he have any excited or happy expression. After all, this result was within his expectations. It was completely normal and there was nothing surprising about it. He only searched the battlefield silently and picked up more than 40 pieces of God King Expert's Godhead fragments. They were all God King Experts from the God Slayer, and there were a total of 50 of them, but he only picked up 45 pieces. There were also 5 pieces of Godhead fragments. Firstly, they were too weak, and secondly, they were too scattered in the ruins of tens of thousands of miles. As the chief of the rebel alliance, Ji Tianxing could not search everywhere for those pieces of Godhead fragments that were dispensable. If the disciples of the 6 clans saw it, it would affect his prestige more or less. Soon, Ji Tianxing collected the 45 pieces of Godhead fragments, turned around, and flew towards the people of the Nangong clan. The patriarchs and elders of the 5 clans also calmed down, and hurriedly interrupted the cheering disciples, and brought everyone to follow him. The 6 forces of the southern army gathered at the grassland at the edge of the battlefield. Ji Tianxing ordered with a calm expression, "Each clan, send 20 disciples with lighter injuries to clean up the battlefield, and collect the spoils of war and the remains of the dead. Each clan's patriarchs and elders will stay, and the others will leave to treat their injuries." Receiving the order, everyone said yes in unison and started to move. 120 disciples of the clans returned to the battlefield to clean up and count. The other 4,000 people were divided into 6 groups, and they all took pills to treat their injuries. In the sky above the grassland, there were only 50 God King experts left. These 50-odd people were the pillars of the 6 families, the trump card of the South Army. Ji Tianxing looked around. Seeing that everyone was silent, he looked at Nangong Buhua and said, "Nangong Buhua, tell us everything in detail." When everyone heard this, they guessed that Ji Tianxing wanted to find out the truth and settle the score with the 5 patriarchs. Thus, the patriarchs and elders of the 5 powers all frowned, feeling uneasy in their hearts. Without hesitation, Nangong Buhua said with a deep and vigorous voice, "For hours ago, we arrived at the entrance of the wavy secret realm as planned. At that time, this old man remembered the Alliance Master's warning and suggested that the Nangong clan should enter first in case something happened in the Wavy Wave's secret realm. After the Nangong clan had ascertained the situation, the 5 clans would enter first." In just a few dozen breaths, Nangong Buhua recounted everything that had happened in detail. Of course, he was only stating the facts objectively. He did not make any comments about the 5 patriarchs' actions and thoughts. Even the 5 patriarchs and the numerous elders didn't think that he was lying or exaggerating when he told the story in front of everyone. In general, Nangong Buhua's performance was very upright. After Ji Tianxing heard this, he turned to look at the 5 patriarchs and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any objections to the Vice Alliance Master's report? Or do you have anything to add?" The elders of the various clans remained silent. The 5 patriarchs looked at each other, then at each other, but none of them had the intention to speak. After all, Nangong Buhua was not at fault. There was nothing wrong with his report. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chuyun of the Jiang clan finally stood up and said with a smile, "Lord Alliance Master, we were wrong in this matter. However, the alliance has just been formed." Everyone, Jiang Chuyun lowered his stance and admitted his mistake with a smile. He also defended the 5 clans. What he wanted to say was that the rebel alliance had just been formed. It was understandable that it would be difficult for the various clans to coordinate in a short period of time. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ji Tianxing. "Don't use those high-sounding reasons in front of me. As for the real reason, everyone is well aware of it." Jiang Chuyun's face turned red. He smiled embarrassedly and retreated. The other 4 patriarchs did not dare to say anything else. They all lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. Ji Tianxing asked again, "Have you ever thought about why the Southern Army was formed by the 6 clans when I divided the Northern and Southern armies? Why did the 6 of you form the Southern Army?" The 5 patriarchs were stunned when they heard this. They frowned and pondered. To be honest, they had never thought about this question before. However, when they thought about it carefully, a few patriarchs vaguely understood something. Ji Tianxing looked at Nangong Buhua and said, "Nangong Buhua, tell them." Nangong Buhua didn't evade and said calmly, "Among the 6 clans of the Southern Army, the Nangong clan, the Aries clan, the Lan clan, and the Jiang clan all have old ties with the alliance leader. One could even say that they have a close relationship." Among the 9 clans of the Rebel Alliance, the Alliance leader trusts these few clans the most. Hence, the Alliance leader made us the Southern Army. He believed that we would be able to carry out the orders seriously and complete the mission without his supervision. Ji Tianxing nodded and said solemnly, "That's right. But what about you? Have you forgotten the agreement when you joined the Alliance? For the sake of some small benefits, you disregarded the big picture. Are you worthy of my trust?" The expressions of the patriarchs and elders of the 5 clans became very unnatural. Their eyes flashed with a thick sense of guilt. Ji Tianxing continued to reprimand them. "You've become arrogant and conceited after successfully subduing more than 10 area masters, right? Do you really think that the Anti-Rebels Alliance is invincible with my support? Don't forget, the number of experts and soldiers under the Imperial tutor is several times more than ours. There are also many top factions and ancient clans who are watching a good show. Our strength is still very weak, and we don't have enough confidence to win this war that will change the fate of the boundless heaven continent. Please don't be complacent and don't treat the lives of your disciples as a joke. This time, the Imperial tutor sent a god slayer to ambush you. Fortunately, the Imperial tutor was careless and allowed you to turn the tables. Even so, if I hadn't arrived in time, you would have sacrificed even more disciples. How many elite disciples do you have in your clans that you can sacrifice and squander?" Ji Tianxing's words made the 5 patriarchs feel ashamed. They could not refute him at all. Chapter 41-33. Everyone was silent. The entire place was silent. Ji Tianxing stopped reprimanding the patriarchs and elders. He paused for a moment and said earnestly, "I've said what I should say. You're all smart people, so I don't want to say anything more. Please remember, I can forgive you this time, but only this time. If something similar happens again and affects the Alliance's plan, I'll let you know where the name Kenshin comes from." Where did the name Kenshin come from? Of course, it wasn't because he was kind and benevolent. It was because he gained it through battles and killing. Ji Tianxing spoke tactfully, but the patriarchs and elders all understood what he meant. Everyone was shocked and nodded to show that they understood. "Don't worry, Alliance Master. This will never happen again." After this incident, we've all seen Vice Alliance Master Nangong's character. We also understand why you appointed him as Vice Alliance Master. Don't worry, Alliance Master. We'll obey Vice Alliance Master's orders from now on, just like we obey your orders. We're willing to make up for our mistakes. Alliance Master, please don't be angry. Watch our performance in the future. Fortunately, Alliance Master came like a divine soldier from heaven and resolved this crisis, saving the lives of countless disciples. We won't dare to hope for such a good thing to happen again. The patriarchs sincerely admitted their mistakes and promised Ji Tianxing that the same thing wouldn't happen again. At the same time, the 5 patriarchs witnessed Nangong Buhua's actions and character. They also saw the sacrifice of the Nangong clan. They were touched. Their prejudice against Nangong Buhua was dispelled. Ji Tianxing ended the lecture and said to everyone, "I hope everyone will remember this lesson and won't repeat the same mistake. All right, those who are seriously injured, go and treat your injuries. Those who aren't seriously injured, follow me to find the Wavy Zone Master." After his reminder, everyone remembered that the thousands of people under the Wavy Zone Master's command hadn't shown up since the beginning of the battle. Someone immediately explained, after the God Slayer came to the Wavy Wave's secret realm, he took control of it by force and imprisoned the Wavy Zone Master's people. When we were fighting, we destroyed the main mansion of the Wavy Domain, but we didn't find any prison or formation. I suppose the prison where the realm of billowing waves is imprisoned is in the depths of this arcane realm. Therefore, Ji Tianxing took a few chiefs and a dozen elders to the depths of the secret realm to find the realm master of the Billow realm. The other 30 or so elders were more seriously injured, so they stayed behind to recuperate. Ji Tianxing and the others flew across the sky in a grandiose manner. At the same time, they released their divine senses to explore the surroundings. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the depths of the secret realm. Ji Tianxing noticed something strange. At the foot of a 1,000-foot-tall mountain, there were ripples of divine power tens of thousands of feet deep underground. It seemed like there was a divine array operating there. After careful observation, Ji Tianxing discovered that there was a secret passageway that led to the depths of the earth within the mountain. He casually killed the guards guarding the secret passageway and led everyone through the secret passageway, descending tens of thousands of feet underground. As expected, deep underground, there was a prison with a radius of tens of thousands of feet. It was sealed by 3 layers of formations. Inside the prison, there were more than a dozen intersecting passageways, which divided into dozens of cells. This prison was built by the realm master of the Below Realm. It was used to imprison soldiers or criminals who had committed crimes and were punished. Who would have thought that he and the tens of thousands of people under his command would be locked up in prison? There was only one entrance to the prison, which was guarded by 10 high-level divine emperors. These 10 divine emperors were God-Slayer brought by the Great Guardian and the Second Guardian. They were ordered to guard this place. These 10 divine emperors and the realm master of the Below Realm in the prison didn't know what was happening outside. They all waited patiently. Although the prison was designed and built by the realm master of the Below Realm, he could easily break the formation and escape. The 10 soldiers of the God-punishing army guarding the exit of the prison couldn't stop him. But the realm master of the Below Realm would never escape. He was thinking about how to please the Great Guardian and the Second Guardian and how to appease the Imperial Tutor so that he wouldn't be punished. Swish, swish, swish. With a flash of sword light, the 10 God-Slayer guarding the exit of the prison were easily killed by Ji Tianxing. The group stepped into the dimly lit prison. They stood in the circular hall and looked around at the passageways and cells. The cells were very quiet. The thousands of soldiers under the command of the realm master of the Below Realm all stayed in the prison obediently. They circulated their energy, adjusted their breathing, and closed their eyes to rest. No one made a fuss. No one struggled or resisted. Everyone knew that they were only imprisoned here temporarily. They wouldn't be hurt or punished. When the God-Slayer destroyed the southern army of the Rebel Alliance, they would be able to leave. At this moment, Ji Tianxing entered the prison with a dozen God Kings. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of thousands of people and alerted them. Many of the soldiers in the prison cells craned their necks to look outside. Many of them revealed happy and expectant expressions. Many of them were even whispering and discussing in private. They're finally here to release us. They've destroyed the southern army of the Rebel Alliance in less than 2 days? After all, they're the elites sent by the Imperial Tutor. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called the God-Slayer. I don't know how they'll punish the Realm Master. I hope they don't implicate us. At this critical moment, the Imperial Tutor might punish the chicken to warn the monkey. I hope our Realm Master doesn't become that chicken. Obviously, the soldiers under the command of the Realm Master of the Below Realm had never seen the First Guardian and Second Guardian. When they saw Ji Tianxing and a dozen God Kings, they instinctively thought that they were the generals of the God-Slayer. These discussions naturally fell into the ears of Ji Tianxing, the various patriarchs, and elders of the various clans. Everyone frowned. A cold light flashed in their eyes. They were somewhat displeased. In the depths of the prison, there was a separate, well-decorated and comfortable cell. The realm master of the Below Realm and a dozen of his family members and trusted generals were resting in this spacious cell. When he heard the commotion outside, the realm master of the Below Realm, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes and perked up. He woke up a dozen of his family members and trusted generals. They stood in a line in the cell and maintained a respectful posture. When Ji Tianxing and the others arrived at the door of the cell, he led them to bow in unison. "Greetings, my lords. We know our mistakes. We welcome your triumphant return." The realm master of the Below Realm and the others bowed as if they had admitted their mistakes and were trying to curry favor with them. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ji Tianxing and the others appeared at the door of the cell. He was stunned. When he saw a dozen unfamiliar faces looking at him expressionlessly, the realm master of the Below Realm was dumbfounded. He had never seen these people before. Basically, he didn't know any of them. Only a high-level god king and the white-robed young man in the lead felt familiar to him. Chapter 41-34. The ruler of the zone had thought that the God Slayer had destroyed the army of the Southern Army and had come to release him from prison. He had to put on the lowest attitude, sincerely admit his mistake, and try his best to curry favor with the two guardians. Only in this way could the two guardians plead with the imperial tutor for him and reduce or exempt his punishment. After all, he had already thought of an excuse. As long as the two guardians plead for him, there would be no problem. However, he had never expected that the group of people in front of him would be so unfamiliar. Among this group of people, there were two people that he felt familiar with, and he definitely didn't want to see them. He vaguely remembered that he had seen the white-haired old man more than 200 years ago. He seemed to be Lan Wuji, the leader of the Lan family from the prehistoric times. As for the leader of this group of people, he had never seen the handsome young man in a white robe with his own eyes, but he had seen his portrait. If he guessed correctly, he should be the famous Kenshin, a legend from 1,000 years ago. The ruler of the zone was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Ji Tianqing and the others and froze on the spot. He had never expected that it was not the God Slayer who had come, but the Rebel Alliance. What was more frightening was that even the Kenshin had appeared. That's not right. Isn't the Kenshin leading the army of the Northern Army of the Rebel Alliance in various regions in the north? He is so far away from the wavy domain. How could he appear here? The ruler of the zone couldn't help but have this question in his mind. However, now was not the time to think about it. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had to resolve the awkwardness and find a way to salvage the situation. Therefore, after a short moment of astonishment, he immediately concealed his true thoughts and emotions. He smiled sincerely and looked at Ji Tianqing and the others with excitement. He said sincerely, "Leaders, I've been waiting for you for so long. That's great, we're finally saved." At this point, the domain master of the Wavy Sea domain cheered as if she had just survived a disaster. His family members and trusted generals behind him, however, were not as shrewd as him. They were all in a state of confusion. Everyone looked at Ji Tianqing and the others suspiciously, wondering who these people were. What was going on with the domain leader? Wasn't it the God Slayer who imprisoned us? Why did he call the other party the Patriarch, and even say that we were saved? What was going on? Why can't I understand? At this moment, the Surging Wave Zone Master explained with great emotion, "I've been waiting for your arrival for the past few days. I even asked my subordinates to prepare a banquet to entertain you. I was just waiting for you to arrive, and I'll recite the oath and join the Rebel Alliance to help you achieve great things." Who would have thought that the God Slayer would sneak in, capture me and my soldiers, and imprison us here? In order to preserve my strength and not let my soldiers sacrifice their lives in vain, I could only endure the humiliation. Because I believe that the patriarchs will definitely arrive on time, defeat the God Slayer, and save us. As it turns out, the Southern Army didn't disappoint me. What surprised me even more was that not only did the patriarchs and elders come to save me, but even the Honorable Lord Kenshin came. As he spoke, the ruler of the zone stared at Ji Tianqing with bright eyes and said excitedly, "You must be Lord Kenshin, right? You're indeed more outstanding than the rumors, and I admire you. I've heard countless legends about Lord Kenshin, but I didn't expect to see you with my own eyes one day. I'm so lucky that I can die without regrets." After that, the ruler of the zone bowed deeply to Ji Tianqing in front of everyone. Through this series of actions, the ruler of the zone successfully eased the awkwardness and pointed out the identities of Ji Tianqing and the others. His family members and trusted generals behind him were suddenly enlightened and knew the result. It turned out that it was not the God Slayer who had come to release them, but the Southern Army of the Rebel Alliance and Kenshin. Since the Southern Army had arrived and the Sword God had also appeared, the result was self-evident. The Southern Army must have won, and the God Slayer had been defeated. Although this result was very shocking and unbelievable, it was the truth. The ruler of the zone's family members and trusted generals were not stupid, and they all knew what to do. They all imitated the ruler of the zone and put on a grateful and respectful attitude. Even the several hundred soldiers in the nearby prison cells knew the truth and saw the scene that had taken place here. They all transmitted their voices to the others, reminding their companions not to expose themselves. Therefore, in a short while, the thousands of soldiers in the prison cells all knew that the God Slayer had been defeated, and that the Kenshin and the Southern Army had won. Such news was more shocking than the previous one, and it made the people in the prison cells cry out in surprise. Ji Tianxing, the patriarchs, and the dozen or so elders saw all of this clearly. However, they pretended not to see the ruler of the zone's panic and pretense, and they were all expressionless. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and sent out several beams of divine light, which easily broke the array on the door of the prison cell. Two of the ruler's most trusted generals hurriedly opened the door of the prison cell. The ruler of the zone led his family members and trusted generals to thank Ji Tianxing and the others again. Ji Tianxing exchanged a few pleasantries with him, and his attitude was calm and cold. After exchanging pleasantries, he instructed, "This prison was built by you, so you should be able to open the cells and release your subordinates. I'll wait for you outside. You have 7 minutes." After that, Ji Tianxing turned and left with the patriarchs and elders. They left the underground prison and waited at the peak of the 1,000-foot-high mountain. Before the ruler of the zone arrived, the patriarchs all told Ji Tianxing, "Lord Alliance Master, the ruler of the zone has obviously surrendered to the God Slayer. He thought that the God Slayer had destroyed us, so we should release him. He didn't expect that we would be the ones to rescue him. This guy is two-faced and can't be trusted. Lord Alliance Master, the ruler of the zone has no integrity. Please don't let him hold such an important position." This old man also agrees. "I hope that the Alliance Master can change the domain lord. This kind of person is fickle. We can't entrust him with important tasks." Obviously, the patriarchs had a very bad impression of the ruler of the zone and hoped that Ji Tianxing could replace him with someone else. However, Ji Tianxing only smiled and said indifferently, "Where can we find a suitable person to replace the ruler of the zone in such a hurry? Besides, all the subordinates of the ruler of the zone are unharmed. If we change the ruler, we'll have to change at least thousands of generals and officials. As for the ruler of the zone's loyalty, we just need him to swear the oath of surrender. A fickle person like him must be very afraid of death. Since he's a smart person, he knows what to do. You don't need to worry." Chapter 4135. Since Ji Tianxing had made the decision, the clan leaders did not discuss it further. Besides, what he said made sense. Most importantly, everyone had recited and heard the oath of surrender many times. The oath was thousands of words long and contained dozens of details and oaths. Just thinking about it made their scalp tingle. After reciting the oath, they would feel the power of the heavenly path and be monitored by the heavens. No matter who it was, as long as they did not want to be blasted into smithereens by the heavenly punishment, they would not dare to violate the oath. Thinking of this, the clan leaders and elders did not have any objections. Ji Tianxing gave the domain master half an hour. However, the domain master of the Billow Zone would never use it to open the cells. He would leave it to his trusted subordinates to do that. When Ji Tianxing and the others left, the domain master frowned deeply. His respectful and humble attitude instantly disappeared. Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief and felt lucky in his heart. He was extremely glad that he had reacted quickly enough. He knew that his acting skills were not good enough and Ji Tianxing and the others would have seen through him. However, he was already thankful that he could smooth things over and not be exposed by Ji Tianxing in public. Many family members, trusted generals gathered around and discussed in low voices. "That scared me. How did this happen?" Fortunately, the domain master reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have been exposed. "It's incredible. The Rebel Alliance's Southern Army defeated the God Slayer? Kenshin came in person. Isn't it natural that the God Slayer was defeated? It's a pity that we can't go out and see the situation. Otherwise, we would know what happened. Don't think too much. The Southern Army has won. We have to find a way to deal with it." No matter what, facing the Kenshin is better than facing the imperial tutor, right? Everyone stop talking. Let's see what the domain master has to say. After discussing for a while, they all looked at the domain master of the wavy wave zone. The domain master said with a dark face, Kenshin gave me half an hour, but I can't delay for that long. Go and open all the cells and release the soldiers. Remember to tell them not to spout nonsense. Several generals nodded to show that they understood. Someone else asked, Region leader, how will you explain this to Kenshin? The domain master sneered. What's there to explain? With the wisdom of Kenshin and those old foxes, they've already seen through us. Everyone was well aware of this, so it would be pointless to explain further. I'll just surrender in front of the Kenshin and give them enough face. I don't believe they can kill me, right? After he finished speaking, he left the prison with his 2 trusted generals. Only his family and trusted generals were left. Looking at his back, they were uneasy and worried. Ji Tianxing waited for only 100 breaths of time before the domain master arrived at the peak of the mountain. Greetings, Lord Kenshin. The domain master of the Wavy Sea region bowed respectfully. Before Ji Tianxing could say anything, he said, I know that Lord Alliance leader and all the clan leaders are very busy and don't have much time left. So, I won't waste any more of your time. I wanted to surrender a long time ago, but this accident happened because of Godslayer's interference. Now that things are back to normal, I'll formally surrender to the Rebel Alliance and pledge my loyalty to Lord Kenshin. With that, he bowed deeply and extended his hands to Ji Tianxing. In order to protect his own safety and his position as the region leader, he didn't hesitate to lower his pride and dignity. Since the domain master of the Wavy Sea region was so tactful, what else could the clan leaders and elders say? Ji Tianxing nodded slightly, took out a jade slip, and handed it to the domain master of the Wavy Sea region. The domain master of the Wavy Sea region took the jade slip respectfully and began to read the pledge of surrender with great emotion. Before this, he had heard that the Rebel Alliance's pledge of surrender was very strange, complicated, and terrifying. However, after experiencing it for himself, he realized how detailed and terrifying the pledge was. As he read the pledge one after another, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face became more and more solemn. He even sensed the power of the way of heaven. His body lit up with hazy divine light, and a trace of Daoist rhyme vaguely appeared above his head. At last, when he finished reading the pledge of surrender, his whole body shone with golden light, and the trace of Daoist rhyme hovered above his head. Dazzling lightning flashed high in the sky, and earth-shattering thunder rumbled. The domain master of the Wavy Sea region clearly sensed the power of the way of heaven, and he was even more frightened. At the same time, he also knew that this pledge was recognized and supervised by the way of heaven. He had no doubt that if he dared to violate the pledge, he would be punished by the heavens. After a while, the vision of heaven and earth and the sound of thunder gradually dissipated. Ji Tianxing took back the jade slip, looked at the domain master of the Wavy Sea region with a dignified expression, and said in a low voice, I can let bygones be bygones. I accept your surrender and allow you to continue to rule the Wavy Sea region. But you have to do it as soon as possible, remove the restrictions on all the people and restore their freedom. I don't have any other tasks for now, and I'll send you a message if there's anything. You're a smart person, and you should know what to do, right? The domain master of the Wavy Sea region nodded quickly and said with a smile, Alliance Master, please rest assured. I know what to do, and I won't let you down. Ji Tianxing didn't say anything else and left with the other patriarchs and elders. Soon, he left the Wavy Sea region with thousands of soldiers from the Southern Army. The Wavy Sea region was full of holes from the war, but it could be repaired quickly as time passed. The domain master's manor was also in ruins, but the soldiers under the domain master of the Wavy Sea region could spend some time to rebuild it. In short, the matter of the Wavy Sea region had been resolved. The Southern Army would find a place to recuperate for a while, and then they would head to the next region to conquer other domain masters. Of course, after the setback in the Wavy Sea region, Nangong Bohua and the other clan leaders would learn from their mistakes and not make the same mistake again. Ji Tianxing was also going to return to the north, and lead the northern army to conquer more regions. Before parting ways with the southern army, he gave the clan leaders some instructions and also told Nangong Buhua some things. After that, he left on the god-slaying battleship under everyone's gaze. Bai Long followed Ji Tianxing all the way to the Wavy Sea region this time. He didn't participate in the decision-making and he didn't express any opinions. He just watched in silence. On the way back to the north, the master and disciple sat in the cockpit of the battleship. Bai Long steered the battleship, and Ji Tianxing closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he asked, "Did you learn anything from this trip?" Bai Long naturally understood that his master wanted to train him by asking him to watch the whole process. Therefore, he answered naturally, "What I saw was that master looked at the big picture and tolerated the small interludes for the time being, so that he could achieve the greatest results with the least effort. After all, we're at the beginning stage of expanding our territory, and it's better to be bold and decisive than to be meticulous." Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 4136. Actually, White Dragon's comprehension had always been high. Back then, he had learned a lot from Kenshin. Not only did he learn the experience and tricks of Sword Dao and Divine Dao, but also his character and strategy. But in this life, he realized that his master was different from his previous life. Back then, Kenshin was cold, arrogant, and domineering, but he was not good at strategy or guessing people's minds. In this life, his master had obviously changed these shortcomings. When it was time to be domineering, he would not be lenient. When it was time to use strategy, he would not be careless. His guesses and control of people's minds were also very accurate. The White Dragon also learned more things under the influence of the imperceptible influence. For example, this time, when he was watching the whole process, he would silently analyze everyone's thoughts and goals. As a quiet bystander, he could naturally see more clearly. Ji Tianxing nodded and expressed his appreciation for White Dragon's analysis. "You're right. When opening up new territory, you have to be bold and decisive. You have to cut the Gordian knot and control the overall situation as soon as possible. If you stick to the details and small things, it will affect the pace and rhythm of the attack. But when guarding the territory and governing the world, you have to be careful and pay attention to everything, no matter how big or small. When it comes to using people, you have to follow this principle as much as possible. Some people were only suitable for fighting on the battlefield, making big moves and achieving great achievements. And some people are more suitable for guarding the territory and governing the world." White Dragon completely agreed and kept it in mind. He smiled and said, "Master, based on my observation, Nangong Buhua should be the one who doesn't expand enough and is suitable for governing the world." "That's right." Ji Tianxing nodded in agreement and said no more. Then White Dragon focused on driving the warship to the north. Ji Tianxing returned to the distorted space-time of Jiutian 10 Absolute's tower to cultivate in seclusion. Previously, he still had more than 40 Godhead fragments to refine. This time, in the Wavy Secret Realm, he obtained another 40. He estimated that after refining these 90 Godhead fragments, his strength would increase by a lot. After returning to the distorted space-time, Ji Tianxing sat cross-legged under the Bloody Flame's sacred tree. He took out many Godhead fragments and quickly entered a state of cultivation. At the same time, news about the Godslayer and the Wavy Wave's secret realm began to spread. There were two sources of information. The first was leaked by the subordinates of the Wavy Wave Domain's domain lord. As for the other portion, it was information deliberately released by the Shimi Paradise, a subordinate of the Rebel Alliance. The reason why this news was released was to strengthen the reputation of the Rebel Alliance and let the people of the entire Boundless Heaven continent know that the Rebel Alliance was invincible, and Kenshin's elusiveness and omnipresence. In addition, it was also to severely damage the morale of the Imperial Tudor faction and let the Rebel Alliance suppress the Imperial Tudor faction. Ever since Ji Tianxing established the Rebel Alliance, he had already made these plans. Shimi Grotto Heaven was in charge of gathering intelligence and information, as well as planning propaganda and public opinion attacks. The battle between the Rebel Alliance and the Imperial Tudor faction was not as simple as a battle of blood. Of course, it also included a battle of public opinion. It was precisely because of Shimi Grottoheaven's plan that the Rebel Alliance won the reputation of being the savior of the world and the love and support of hundreds of millions of people. After the news was released, it spread to all parts of the boundless heaven continent in just one day. 2 days later, almost all the top forces, empires, and god-king powerhouses in the region received this news. Only then did the people of the world know that the Imperial Tutor, who seemed to be biding his time and guarding the Dark Night domain, had secretly sent an elite god slayer to the Wavy Wave domain to destroy the Southern Army. Originally, the Imperial Tutor's plan had already succeeded. The god slayer had successfully ambushed thousands of Southern Army in the Wavy Wave secret realm, and the two sides had engaged in an intense battle. However, the Imperial Tutor had underestimated the strength of the Southern Army. The God Slayer had struck first, but it was unable to destroy the Southern Army. It had even fallen into a dilemma. Then, the most unlikely person to appear, Kenshin, suddenly appeared in the Wavy Wave secret realm, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Kenshin destroyed thousands of God Slayer with just a wave of his hand. Then, the Southern Army completely destroyed the God Slayer and conquered the Wavy Wave domain. Such a story full of twists and turns and ups and downs made everyone who heard the news feel incomparably shocked and excited. The people of the boundless heaven continent had not heard of such a thrilling battle for thousands of years. And the protagonists of this wonderful battle were Kenshin and the Imperial Tutor faction. It was even more exciting. For a time, all the regions, empires, and hundreds of billions of people in the boundless heaven continent were discussing this matter. In the streets and alleys, people could be seen in groups of 3 to 5, describing the process of the battle with great emotion. The bystanders would also let out excited cheers. For the next 10 days, this matter was repeatedly transmitted and spread, gradually becoming known to everyone. Most of the people had never seen Kenshin, nor did they know those God Slayer. But this did not stop them from worshipping Kenshin, cheering for the Rebel Alliance, and applauding the destruction of those God Slayer. The people of more regions were looking forward to the Rebel Alliance's arrival as soon as possible, conquering their regions, and restoring their freedom. Although they could not use actual actions to support the Rebel Alliance and Kenshin. But they could use their faith to support and encourage the Rebel Alliance. When the people heard this news, this was their reaction. They were overjoyed and looked forward to it. However, the leaders of the various regions, the leaders of the top forces, and the ancient clans who were watching from the sidelines had a different feeling. While they were shocked and incredulous, they also felt deeply afraid and worried. Judging from the current situation, the Rebel Alliance was invincible. Its momentum was established, and it also had extremely high prestige among the people and the support of the people. Meanwhile, the Imperial Tutor's faction suffered consecutive defeats and lost several top powerhouses. The situation was not optimistic, and the situation was becoming more and more urgent. Many of the region leaders were considering whether it was time to make a choice. Many of the top forces and ancient clans also began to hesitate and weigh the pros and cons. Should they continue to maintain a wait-and-see attitude, or should they side with the Rebel Alliance? Judging from the current situation, the Rebel Alliance, commanded and led by Kenshin, was already unstoppable. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, the Imperial Tutor could not resist at all. In less than a year, the Kenshin would be able to sweep across the entire boundless heaven continent and surround the Anya domain. Although everyone understood that siding with the Kenshin at this time was not a timely help, at most it was icing on the cake. Not only would they not be able to gain the Kenshin's trust and favor, but they would also not be able to reap many benefits. But most importantly, they could at least stand on the right side and protect their own forces and foundations. If they did not join the Rebel Alliance, what would they do when the Kenshin unified the boundless heaven continent in the future? At that time, they would have no other choice but to give up their foundations and flee the boundless heaven continent. Chapter 4137. Everyone in the boundless heaven continent was talking about the destruction of the god Slayer. While they marveled at Kenshin's divine foresight, unpredictability, and power, they couldn't help but wonder how the imperial tutor would react. Not only did the carefully planned plan and the chosen god Slayer fail to destroy the southern army, but it was also completely wiped out. Not only did this embarrass the imperial tutor, but it also caused the loss of many powerhouses, further weakening the imperial tutor's power. Presumably, the imperial tutor must be so furious that he vomited blood, right? Not only did the people think so, but even the tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of divine king powerhouses in the Dark Knight region also thought so. The guards and maids in the Azura Divine Palace were especially cautious these days. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of offending the imperial tutor. But in reality, the imperial tutor, who was resting in the study with his eyes closed, wasn't as angry as everyone thought. Instead, he appeared calm and collected. 9 days ago, when he first learned of this news, he was indeed very angry. He roared and cursed a few times. But he was a peak divine king and a strategist with outstanding wisdom. He was best at controlling his emotions, keeping calm, and thinking. In just a short 100 breaths, he regained his calm and collected. The annihilation of the god Slayer had made him disappointed and angry. But he knew that these emotions were useless. What he needed to do was to reflect on himself and speculate about the Rebel Alliance's next move. Then he could come up with a more perfect plan. For 9 consecutive days he stayed in the study, repeatedly studying various maps, intelligence, and clues. He came up with many plans and schemes, but after careful deduction he felt that they were not precise and perfect enough. So, he didn't make up his mind to implement them. It couldn't be helped. Facing a powerhouse like Kenshin really made him despair. The sword god's invincible strength, his ability to predict the future, his elusive tracks, and his traveling speed made the imperial preceptor feel incomparable fear. In these 9 days, the imperial tutor really racked his brains and was deeply worried. In the end, he was forced to activate the altar array again and try to contact the Azura god emperor. He reported the course of events and the current situation to the Azura god emperor. And the Azura god emperor, after pondering for a long time, actually gave a reply. An answer that the imperial tutor didn't dare to imagine and even felt that it was unbelievable. When the imperial tutor asked again and confirmed the answer, he was so excited that he almost cheered. After the communication between the two sides ended, the imperial preceptor returned to the study room. He was full of energy and confidence. His previous worries were all swept away. He had regained his usual majesty and seemed to be confident and unfathomable. The generals and guards under his command were all curious and asked him indirectly if there was any good news. However, the imperial preceptor kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. He seemed very mysterious. The generals and guards were even more curious, but due to military rules and regulations, they didn't dare to make wild guesses and discuss. They could only bury their thoughts in their hearts. 10 days had passed. The deity-slaying warship returned to the north of Yenshu Grotto Heaven and met up with the army on the north. Ji Tianxing cultivated in seclusion in the distorted space-time for 500 days and refined 90 pieces of the shards of divinity. Just as he expected, after refining these shards of divinity, his strength doubled again. He also took 80 divine Tao precepts from these shards of divinity. Now, the number of precepts he mastered had reached 1,380. On the way to the next region, the people of the 3 forces entered the deity-slaying warship. The white dragon still steered the warship. Ji Tianxing cultivated in the distorted space-time for a while to stabilize his foundation of the divine Tao. On the 12th day, the deity-slaying warship entered the next region. At this moment, a communication jade slip flew into the warship. The white dragon took a look and knew that it was a message from Nangong Buhua. He guessed that it was something urgent and woke Ji Tianxing up with a telepathic message. Ji Tianxing left the Jiutianshu Tower and appeared in the control room. He picked up the communication jade slip. Before reading the message in the jade slip, he had a rough idea of what it was. After he read the message, his guess was immediately verified. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he had expected, Nangong Buhua's message reported something to him. Over the past few days, a few more top forces and ancient clans had expressed their intention to join the Anti-Rebellion's alliance, earnestly requesting to join the Anti-Rebellion's alliance. These guys who sail with the wind, they don't care about their face and dignity in order to protect their forces and foundations. Ji Tianxing held the communication jade slip and murmured with a chuckle. The white dragon also showed a mocking smile and asked, "Master, did the news of you destroying the God Slayer spread throughout the boundless heaven continent? Those fence-sitters couldn't sit still when they heard the news?" Ji Tianxing nodded with a smile. The white dragon curled his lips and commented, "Even if they know that joining the rebel alliance at this time is impossible to gain Master's trust and high regard, they still choose to join. That's because they see that we are invincible and that Master is invincible. The Imperial Tutors faction has suffered heavy losses and was unable to resist. These fence-sitters don't want to make contributions or divide the world. They only want to protect their foundations so they can only hurry to join. Glass. These guys who aren't willing to take risks and invest, how can they achieve great things?" He didn't ask Ji Tianxing if he would accept those forces, because he knew that the answer was very clear. His master would definitely accept it, for the sake of the big picture. In order to control the boundless heaven continent and completely overthrow the rule of the Azura God Emperor. But it was only limited to accepting. His master would never trust and regard those forces highly, let alone give them generous treatment. After thinking for a moment, the white dragon asked the most crucial question. "Master, after you accepted the allegiance of these forces and clans, you just let them be? After you killed the Meng Shuai, didn't a few forces also come to join you? Don't you plan to find something for these forces to do? You can't let them do nothing and just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, right?" In the white dragon's view, even if these new forces didn't get any treatment or rewards, they would still join the rebel alliance. But if they joined the anti-rebels alliance, the greatest benefit and preferential treatment would be that they would be able to preserve their foundation for generations to come. Therefore, he used the words, "sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor." Ji Tianxing glanced at the white dragon and said with a smile, "You've asked the right question. Yes, I've had this idea for a long time to let them do something. It's just that there were only 5 forces that joined before, so it was difficult for them to achieve great things. Now, with these 5 forces, there are 10 forces. It's time to use them to do something." The white dragon's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly, "Master, what tasks do you plan to arrange for them?" Chapter 4138. Bai Long knew that his master would not arrange for the 10 factions to form an army to conquer the various regions. First of all, they couldn't find someone they could trust to take on the responsibility of leading those 10 forces. Secondly, the loyalty of the 10 factions was not guaranteed, so he could not trust them too much. Moreover, the 10 factions had only said that they wanted to submit, but they had not yet sworn their surrender. This made Bai Long even more confused. How would his master arrange for the 10 factions? Ji Tianxing smiled and said slowly, "The most important thing now is to gather the leaders of the 10 factions and have them swear their surrender. Only with the binding of the oath can they carry out my orders." Bai Long nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, he said, "Master, the 10 factions are scattered all over the continent and are rather far from each other. The disciple estimated that it would take about half a month to gather all of them. According to our schedule, we should enter the Acehan region in half a month. Why don't we have them gather there?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and smiled with praise. "Yes, your analysis is correct. It is exactly what I want. I will send a message to Nangong Buhua and have him inform the 10 factions. However, I am afraid that we will have to treat them differently this time. Not only will the faction leaders and clan leaders of the 10 factions have to come, but the vice-faction leaders and clan leaders will also have to be present." Bai Long's eyes lit up. "Master, you mean to have their faction leaders, vice-faction leaders, and clan leaders all swear their surrender?" This way, we can prevent some faction leaders and clan leaders from being unable to convince the masses and have their power seized by their subordinates? Ji Tianxing nodded. Yes. This kind of thing is not rare. It is better to be cautious when dealing with these factions that have no integrity and integrity. With that, he took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to Nangong Buhua. All this time, the various factions had been unable to contact Ji Tianxing and could not send him a message. Therefore, they could only contact Nangong Buhua and have him pass on the message. Only the factions that had joined the rebel alliance could directly contact Ji Tianxing. Soon, Ji Tianxing sent out a message. Given Nangong Buhua's personality, he would definitely inform the 10 forces of his decision as soon as possible. Seeing that his master was about to enter the distorted space-time of the Divine Pagoda to continue cultivating in seclusion, in the end, Bai Long couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and asked, "Master, you still haven't told me what you're going to arrange for those 10 forces to do." Ji Tianxing revealed a meaningful smile and said, "Even if those 10 powers surrender, they can't form an army to fight. However, it shouldn't be a problem for them to run errands and send messages. If they can't even do something like this, then they are worthless." Bai Long was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he understood what his master meant. He immediately smiled and nodded. "Good idea. Not only can they do what they can, but it can also save us time and speed up our progress. A smart person would understand with just a hint, and there would be no need for additional explanations." In the next half a month, the boundless heaven continent was still in a whirlpool. Hundreds of billions of people were still talking about Ji Tianxing killing the Great Guardian and Second Guardian and destroying the God Slayer. During this period, the Rebel Alliance's 2 armies in the north and south conquered another 6 regions in succession. The masters of those 6 regions had long been mentally prepared. Even the Imperial Tutor was no match for the Rebel Alliance and was beaten to a pulp. They didn't even have the thought of resisting. In order to save their lives and preserve their eternal foundation, they had long gathered their forces. When the Rebel Alliance's army arrived, they simply surrendered and recited the oath of surrender. In this way, both sides didn't have to clash and also saved each other's time. Everyone was happy. From the looks of it, the Rebel Alliance sweeping through the entire boundless heaven continent was already the trend. Unless dozens of masters banded together to resist, no one could stop the trend. If there was any resistance, they would definitely be crushed by the surging torrent. On the morning of the 16th day, the god-slaying warship arrived at the summit of the Wormwood Mountain region's heavenly Wormwood Mountain. This place was designated by Ji Tianxing, the place where the leaders of the 10 factions were to gather. When the god-slaying warship descended on the summit of the 30,000 feet tall mountain, dozens of divine king powerhouses had long gathered on the vast mountain summit. Roughly 50 over people were divided into 10 groups, standing on the mountain summit and waiting patiently. These 10 groups of divine king powerhouses, the most had 6 people, and the least also had 2 people. Just as Ji Tianxing requested, the various factions' leaders and deputy leaders all came. Several factions, in order to express their sincerity, not only did the leaders and deputy leaders come, they even brought several guardians and elders under their factions. All in all, these factions behaved extremely respectfully and obediently. When Ji Tianxing put away the god-slaying warship and appeared in the sky with the white dragon, the powerhouses of the 10 factions all bowed and saluted. "We pay respects to Lord Kenshin." Everyone shouted in unison, their expressions and eyes all revealing respect, worship, and reverence. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and waved his hand at the crowd. After a simple exchange of pleasantries and greetings, Ji Tianxing went straight to the point and said with a dignified expression, "Everyone knows why we are gathered here today, so I won't waste everyone's time. Which faction wants to go first?" After saying that, he took out a jade slip and waved it into the air. It floated in the middle of the dozens of divine king powerhouses. The dozens of people from the 10 factions were divided into 2 rows, left and right. The jade slip floated in the middle, equally far away from everyone. Although the 10 factions had the intention to side with the Rebel Alliance, they were already mentally prepared. But at this juncture, everyone was still somewhat hesitant. A few factions were observing the others' reactions. They were all wondering if someone would take the lead and stand up to ask for some treatment from Kenshin or discuss some conditions. If someone took the lead and they followed suit, there should be a chance, unexpectedly, just as everyone was secretly guessing, the Dugu clan's leader, Dugu Zhan, stepped out of the crowd first. "Let me do it." Dugu Zhan, who was more than 10 feet tall, had a strong and muscular body. His face was resolute and dignified, and he was emitting a fierce aura. He did not care about the strange looks that everyone was giving him. He stood up and took the jade slip and began to recite the pledge of surrender. Throughout the entire process, he was very decisive and did not hesitate at all. On the other hand, there were 6 people from the Dugu clan. Other than the leader and deputy leader, there were 2 guardians and 2 elders. The 6 of them were at LV8 and LV9 Divine King Realm, and they could be considered as the strongest powerhouses in the Dugu clan. Ji Tianxing noticed that when Dugu Zhan was the first to step out and recite the oath of surrender, the vice patriarch, protector, and elder all looked very calm and did not show any abnormal reaction. Obviously, they agreed with Dugu Zhan's method. Or perhaps, they had already discussed it beforehand. But no matter what, the Dugu clan had made a good start, which made Ji Tianxing feel gratified. Chapter 4139. Dugu Zhan had the trait of being swift and decisive. Ji Tianxing had only observed him for a quarter of an hour before coming to this conclusion. After all, when this fellow was reciting the oath of surrender, even in the face of such a detailed and terrifying oath, he didn't pause even once. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dugu Zhan had finished reciting the oath of surrender. Then he returned to the group and handed the jade slip to the deputy patriarch. The deputy patriarch held the jade slip and frowned. A trace of shame and resistance flashed across his eyes. In the past, he had only heard that the oath of surrender made by Kenshin was so complicated, detailed, and terrifying. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he knew that the rumors were true. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't go back on his words or resist. He could only brace himself and recite the oath of surrender. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing knew what was going on. With Dugu Zhan's straightforward and decisive character, the Dugu clan had still waited for a month or 2 before making the decision to surrender. It was obvious that the deputy patriarch, protector, and elder had to have interfered with Dugu Zhan's decision to a certain extent, resulting in this outcome. The other 9 factions' leaders, elders, and protectors all had ugly expressions after hearing Dugu Zhan recite the oath of surrender. They were very unnatural. If not for the presence of Kenshin, and because of Kenshin's powerful strength and prestige, the experts of the 9 factions would have turned and left long ago. But in the current situation, it was obviously impossible. Therefore, after the deputy patriarch finished reciting the oath of surrender, the Wanyan clan's patriarch took the initiative to take the jade slip and began to recite the oath of surrender. What was interesting was that when the Wanyan clan's patriarch took the jade slip, the patriarchs and patriarchs of the other 2 factions also wanted to make a move at the same time. But they were further away from the deputy patriarch, while the Wanyan clan's patriarch was closer. Therefore, the Wanyan clan's patriarch snatched the jade slip. That's right, snatched it. At the beginning, the various factions still had the intention of watching. But after the Dugu clan's patriarch took the lead, everyone keenly observed that Ji Tianxing was paying attention to Dugu Zhan and seriously sizing him up for a long time. This detail made the patriarchs and patriarchs' hearts skip a beat, and they immediately guessed a certain possibility. They were all smart people, so they naturally thought of the same thing. With the 10 of us surrendering together, the Kenshin will most likely form an army with us to carry out missions. Since it was an army, there had to be a leader to lead everyone. Dugu Zhan looked honest, but he was actually very meticulous. He was the first to stand out and support Kenshin, so it was easy for him to gain Kenshin's favor, and he was likely to become the leader of this team. This won't do. We can't let the Dugu clan steal the limelight. Even if I can't snatch the position of leader, I have to leave a good impression on the Kenshin. It was with such thoughts that the patriarchs and sect masters of the various forces made a move at the same time, wanting to take the jade slip. In the end, clan leader Wang Lin beat him to it. In fact, the situation was just as everyone expected. Ji Tianxing also carefully observed the Wang Lin clan leader. The various patriarchs and sect masters were all shrewd people. When they saw this detail, they knew something was wrong. However, the opportunity had already been missed. No matter how much he regretted, it was useless. Soon, the Wang Lin clan leader finished reciting the oath of surrender, and it was the deputy clan leader's turn. After the Wang Lin clan surrendered, the remaining patriarchs and sects also took the jade slips and recited the oath of surrender. This time, Ji Tianxing only briefly sized up the patriarchs and sect masters of the various forces. He didn't observe them in detail. Half an hour later, the 10 forces had all surrendered, and the oath of the heavenly Tao had taken effect. The divine light that lingered around everyone's body, the Daoist rhymes that appeared above their heads, and the lightning in the sky all made the patriarchs feel pressured and awed. They had never seen it with their own eyes before. They had only heard that the oath of surrender was terrifying. They had always felt that the oath was witnessed by the heavenly Tao, and that even the heavenly Tao was helping Kenshin. It was simply an exaggeration. But now, after experiencing it for themselves, they knew that the rumors were true and felt the terror of the heavenly Tao. After the 10 forces had all surrendered, Ji Tianxing put away the jade slip. He looked around and said in a solemn tone, "You have all joined the rebel alliance. You must always remember the contents of the alliance agreement and carry it out by example. If anyone violates the alliance agreement, don't blame me for severely punishing them." The patriarchs and sect masters of the 10 forces hurriedly nodded in agreement, indicating that they would do as they were told and wouldn't dare to go against Kenshin's will. Ji Tianxing nodded in satisfaction and began to announce the plan and mission. "Since you are already a part of the Rebel Alliance, you have to do your part at this critical juncture to save the people. I now announce that I have a special mission for you to carry out." Hearing this, the patriarchs of the 10 forces were a little surprised. At the same time, they were also a little expectant and nervous. They were surprised because they had just joined the Rebel Alliance, and Kenshin trusted them so much that he couldn't wait to assign them a mission. What kind of mission would Kenshin assign them to carry out? They were really looking forward to it. They couldn't be formed into an army to attack the various regions and deal with the Imperial Tutor's army, right? Or even use them as cannon fodder to send them to their deaths. This was the reason why everyone was nervous. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Ji Tianxing said, "As everyone knows, the Rebel Alliance has won every battle since its establishment without a single defeat. Not only did we defeat the Imperial Tutor, but we also won the praise and support of the people." After a few months of observation, the territorial lords of the various regions of the boundless heaven continent also made their choice. Only a portion of the territorial lords and forces chose to rely on the Imperial Tutor and remained stubborn. Most of the territorial lords and forces either remained neutral and watched, or had the intention of surrendering to the Rebel Alliance. The Alliance's 2 armies in the north and south have split up and moved to conquer the various regions. This is already very fast. However, this is still not efficient enough. Therefore, I've decided that you will represent the Rebel Alliance to convey the message to the various regions and persuade the territorial lords to surrender. When they heard this, the godly kings of the 10 forces basically understood Ji Tianxing's meaning. It was nothing more than for them to represent the Rebel Alliance and persuade the various territorial lords to surrender. In any case, many of the territorial lords were in a wait-and-see state, or had the intention of surrendering to the Rebel Alliance long ago. They only needed to convey the message, and they would basically be able to conquer them smoothly. Of course, if any of the territorial lords couldn't figure it out and insisted on fighting to the death, then they would have to deal a heavy blow. All in all, this mission still carried a certain amount of risk. At this moment, they heard Ji Tianxing announce the results in a dignified tone. He said, "The Dugu clan, the Xiong clan, the Li clan, the Wuxia clan, and the Wan Yinzong will form a team, led by the Dugu clan and commanded by Dugu Zhan. The Wan Yin clan, the Ming clan, the 1,000 military hall will form a team, led by the Wanyan clan and commanded by the Wanyan clan leader. Chapter 4140. When Ji Tianxing announced this special mission, the leaders of the 10 forces were already mentally prepared. From their point of view, it was a bit overkill for the 10 forces to form an army to persuade the various region lords to surrender. With Kenshin's nature, he would most likely split into 2 teams and act separately. That would be more efficient. Since they were going to act separately, they would definitely choose 2 experts to be the leaders. From Kenshin's previous reaction, it was obvious that he had a good impression of Duguzhan and Wanyan clan leader. He would most likely appoint them as the leaders. And reality proved that everyone's guess was correct. As expected, Ji Tianxing divided the 10 forces into 2 teams and let the Dugu and Wanyan clans lead them. An appointment was an appointment. He only announced the decision. He didn't say at the end, "Does anyone have any opinions?" Nonsense, he didn't need the opinions of the other 8 forces at all. He only needed them to execute the order. When the people of the Dugu and Wanyan clans heard this appointment, they were naturally filled with joy and excitement. They hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude to Ji Tianxing. They also vowed that they would definitely complete the mission. The people of the other 8 forces didn't feel good in their hearts. Their expressions were somewhat complicated. They felt that they wouldn't lose to the Dugu and Wanyan clans. But because they hesitated and weren't as decisive as the Dugu and Wanyan clans, they missed this opportunity. As a result, they were somewhat unconvinced of the Dugu and Wanyan clans. But Kenshin was present, so they naturally wouldn't show it. After assigning the mission, Ji Tianxing took out over 10 jade slips and handed them to Duguzhan and Wanyan clan leader. Some of these jade slips were used for communication. Among them, there were 2 jade slips that recorded the model of the Oath of Surrender. It was for them to persuade the various region lords to surrender. After they succeeded, they had to watch the region lords recite the Oath of Surrender. Duguzhan and Wanyan clan leader happily accepted it. Ji Tianxing then reminded everyone, the treatment of the 10 clans and sects is the same. After our great mission is completed, you will be given a region of land. However, this was only the basic treatment and conditions. In the process of saving the people and fighting against the Azura God Emperor and the Imperial Tutor, I will also give out appropriate rewards and punishments according to everyone's performance. I hope that everyone will work hard and complete the task diligently. Only then will you be able to reap the rewards. If there is anyone who pretends to comply, deliberately causes trouble, disrupts and delays my plan, I won't even bother to threaten you. You're on your own now. The entire boundless heaven continent had witnessed Kenshin's strength, methods, and shrewdness. No one would doubt it. Therefore, when they heard Ji Tianxing's words, everyone's heart trembled, and they nodded solemnly in agreement. Ji Tianxing gave a few more instructions to Duguzhan and clan head Wanyan before leaving Heavenly Wormwood Mountain. Next, he rowed the god-slaying battleship and led the North Army to conquer other regions. The 10 newly joined forces also quickly returned to their respective territories and began to mobilize people to carry out special missions. According to Ji Tianxing's instructions, they split into 2 groups and headed towards the east and west respectively to persuade the various area lords to surrender. A few days later, another important piece of news began to circulate in the boundless heaven continent. Another 8 ancient clans and 2 top forces had pledged allegiance to the Rebel Alliance and had an audience with Kenshin on Heavenly Wormwood Mountain. They swore an oath of surrender in front of Kenshin, causing a change in heaven and earth, and were witnessed by the heavens. No one knew what exactly Kenshin and the 10 forces discussed. However, this matter was absolutely true, and the results were also very obvious. After the 10 forces left Heavenly Wormwood Mountain, they returned to their respective abodes and began to mobilize the elite experts under their command. It was said that there were rumors that Kenshin had arranged a special mission for the 10 forces. The powerhouses of the 10 forces would be divided into 2 groups to carry out Kenshin's orders. As for the specific content of the mission, no one knew for the time being. However, what was certain was that Kenshin would definitely use the 10 forces to speed up the progress of conquering the various regions. The facts proved that this was indeed the case. 20 days later, the 10 forces each mobilized 800 elites, assembled them into 2 groups, and set off in the east and west directions. Both groups had 4,000 people, and most of them were divine lord powerhouses. Among them, there were only 50 divine king powerhouses. One group was led by Duguzhan and rushed to the east of the boundless heaven continent. The other group was led by clan leader Wang Lin and rushed to the west of the boundless heaven continent. In this way, the rebel alliance's numbers and forces grew once again, and they had armies in the east, south, west, and north. This made the rebel alliance's prestige even greater, and it also made the people of the boundless heaven continent place even greater expectations on them. Countless people raised their heads in anticipation, looking forward to the good news from the rebel alliance. After another 2 days, there was finally news from the rebel alliance. After hearing this news, the people of the boundless heaven continent finally knew what kind of mission Kenshin had arranged for the 10 forces. The first to transmit the news of victory was the Eastern Army led by Duguzhan. The Eastern Army entered a certain region and barged into the domain chief's manor with great momentum to negotiate with the domain chief. The 5 forces led by Duguzhan took turns to persuade the domain chief, using threats and promises in an unyielding manner. Besieged by 4,000 soldiers of the Eastern Army, the governor and his soldiers had no choice but to submit and swear to surrender in front of everyone. After forcing the domain chief to surrender, Duguzhan conveyed Kenshin's order to the domain chief to abolish slavery as soon as possible and restore the freedom of the people. Due to the oath, the domain chief naturally could not disobey Kenshin's order and could only act according to the order. After the Eastern Army successfully subdued the region, they quickly rushed to the next region. Then, there was good news from the Western Army. The Western Army led by clan leader Wang Lin also successfully subdued a certain region. The specific process was basically the same as Duguzhan's experience. It was also the Western Army that advanced triumphantly, domineering and tough attitude that persuaded the domain chief to surrender. The domain lord only had 2 choices. Either he surrendered or he resisted. If he resisted, he would be besieged by the 4,000 soldiers of the Western Army. These domain chiefs who stayed in their respective territories and did not follow the order to go to the Azura Divine Palace all had selfish motives and wanted to surrender. Therefore, without exception, the domain chief chose to surrender. After successfully subduing the region, clan leader Wang Lin read Kenshin's order and ordered the domain chief to carry it out and restore the freedom of the people. After this matter smoothly ended, clan leader Wang Lin led the Western Army and rushed to the next region. After the news spread, the various forces and hundreds of millions of people were discussing it. The new Eastern and Western armies seemed no different from the original Northern and Southern armies. But in reality, the difference between the two was huge. Chapter 41-41. The original North and South armies were the first to submit to the Kenshin. Their attitude was clearer and more trustworthy of the Kenshin's trust. At the same time, the North Army was led by Kenshin while the South Army was led by Nangong Buhua. In the current rebel alliance, Nangong Buhua was the Kenshin's most trusted aide. In other words, the North and South armies were more loyal and controllable. They could be called the rebel alliance's main force. As for the new East and West armies, they were fence-sitters who only submitted to the rebel alliance after a few months of observation. Their loyalty was not high. The forces that formed the 2 armies could not be trusted. The Dugu and Wang Lin clans that led the 2 armies were not Kenshin's trusted aides. Therefore, the Kenshin's control over these 2 armies would be much weaker. Due to the fact that the leaders and vice-leaders of the 10 forces had already sworn an oath of surrender. Therefore, they would not dare to go against the Kenshin's will and disobey the Kenshin's orders. However, no one could guarantee that they would not do something that would deceive their superiors and deceive their subordinates at certain crucial moments. Let's take a simple example. If the North and South armies met a territorial leader who did not surrender and even gathered their forces to resist, there would be no hesitation. Then, without a doubt, he would definitely start a war and forcefully defeat the other party, forcing them to surrender. Or they could kill the other party and choose a new territorial leader to control the territory. However, the East and West armies looked aggressive and tough, using the Rebel Alliance and Kenshin signboard. If they met a territorial leader who was stubborn and did not fear death and refused to surrender, the East and West armies would definitely not be able to do so. They would just start a war. Most of the forces would try to preserve their own strength and stall for time while waiting for the Kenshin to come and settle it. Therefore, the East and West armies were still under Ji Tianxing's observation and test. He did not expect the two armies to fight a bloody battle. It would be enough if they could serve as a messenger and persuade the other party to surrender. As time passed, the four armies of the Rebel Alliance conquered one territory after another. The territories that surrendered to the Rebel Alliance also spread out in all directions with Yenshu's Heavenly Cave as the center. After a short 3 months, nearly half of the Boundless Heaven continent actually belonged to the Rebel Alliance. In the meantime, quite a few top forces and ancient clans requested to join the anti-rebellion's alliance sincerely and humbly. Even though everyone knew that these factions and ancient clans were all shameless people, they still didn't dare to offend them. After being a fence-sitter for so long, it was only now that he joined the Rebel Alliance. It was truly despicable. However, Ji Tianxing still followed the old rules and allowed them to join the Rebel Alliance. He also personally watched them read the Oath of Surrender. As for these forces, Ji Tianxing treated them even worse. Other than guaranteeing that they could preserve their current forces and industries after unifying the Boundless Heaven continent, they did not give any conditions or treatment. There was no reward of a region or permission to develop forces and businesses in the surrounding 9 regions. Even so, those forces had no complaints and surrendered obediently. Of course, the Boundless Heaven continent was now clearly divided and the situation was very clear. This should be the last batch of fence-sitters who joined the Rebel Alliance. The forces that were still in a wait-and-see state would probably continue to observe. As for the Imperial Tutor, he did not make any big moves in these 3 months. He only mobilized and gathered the forces under his command and deployed more troops in the Dark Night region to make the entire region impregnable. At present, it seemed that the Imperial Tutor was determined not to fight back. He only wanted to defend the Dark Night region and wait for the final battle. However, this was not the case. When the 10 forces joined the Rebel Alliance and formed 2 armies, the Imperial Tutor noticed it. The army in the north was commanded by Kenshin. They could not afford to offend them. The army in the south was commanded by Nangong Buhua. It was composed of 6 forces and was very powerful. In addition, with the lesson of the God-Slayer's destruction, the Imperial Tutor did not dare to attack the army in the south. If he wanted to weaken the Rebel Alliance, he could only deal with the 2 armies in the east and west. However, the repeated defeats and heavy losses left a deep impression on the Imperial Tutor. This time, he did not act rashly. After all, the 4 armies of the Rebel Alliance were still expanding outwards. The distance between them was increasing. The Imperial Tutor was very wary of Kenshin's incredible speed. Therefore, he patiently prepared and waited for 3 months. When the 4 armies were far enough apart, the Imperial Tutor finally made his move. This operation was the same as the God Slayers. He carefully selected 8,000 soldiers, led by 2 9th-level Divine King experts, and quietly rushed to the west of the Boundless Heaven continent to deal with the army in the west led by clan leader Wang Lin. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the God Slayer, the Imperial Tutor mobilized a total of 7,950 Divine Lords and 50 Divine Kings. Even the name of this army was called the Western Expedition Army. It was not as ostentatious as the God Slayers. The Imperial Tutor studied the information of the army in the west and felt that the 4,000 soldiers were weak and lacked coordination. However, he still sent out double the number of soldiers and taught them a few strategies. If the Rebel Alliance's army in the west was a wolf, then the Imperial Tutor's Western Expedition Army was a giant beast. He believed that as long as there were no accidents, the Western Expedition Army would be able to easily crush the army in the west. On a dark and windy night, the Western Expedition Army quietly set off without attracting anyone's attention. Other than the Western Expedition Army, the imperial tutor, and a few of his trusted subordinates, almost no one knew the whereabouts and route of this army. The Rebel Alliance's army in the west did not notice the approaching danger and continued to march forward, conquering one region after another. 3 months ago, when the Western Road Army was carrying out their mission, many of them appeared to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Many of them were filled with worry. They were worried that the territorial masters would not know what was good for them. If a conflict really broke out, would they fight or not? That was why they brought up the name of the Rebel Subjugation Alliance and the Sword God, appearing aggressive and unyielding. However, in these 3 months, their journey had been smooth sailing, and they had been successful in every endeavor. None of the domain lords dared to challenge or go against them. As a result, the Western Expedition Army's morale was inflated. The experts of the 5 forces were a little complacent. They even felt that the Kenshin would take over the world and rule the entire boundless heaven continent. It was already set in stone and would be realized in a year at most. At that time, they would be heroes who had made great contributions. Many people were fantasizing about how the Kenshin would reward them when the time came. How much benefits, power, and status would they receive? Very quickly, 10 days passed. The crisis had finally arrived, but the Western Expedition Army was still unaware. Chapter 41-42. It was still late at night. The god-slaying battleship was speeding high in the sky. The White Dragon was steering the battleship. Ji Tianxing was cultivating in seclusion in the distorted spacetime. The people of the Phoenix Clan, Yuchi Clan, and 100 Refinement Ancient Sect were circulating and adjusting their breathing in the battleship. A day ago, the Northern Army had just subdued an area lord and was currently rushing to the next area. Seeing the Rebel Alliance advancing triumphantly without any setbacks and occupying half of the boundless heaven continent in such a short period of time, everyone was very satisfied and proud. However, Ji Tianxing, who was cultivating in seclusion in the God Pagoda, suddenly ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. In the past 3 months, he had spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion in the distorted spacetime. 3 months had passed in the outside world, but in reality he had been cultivating in seclusion for 11 years. His strength was still increasing and had already reached more than 10 times that of a peak divine king. Originally, he was at a critical juncture of his cultivation. In a few more months, he would be able to double his strength again. However, in the past 2 days, distracting thoughts vaguely appeared in his mind again and started to affect his thinking, causing him to be unable to concentrate on his cultivation. Until tonight, the distracting thoughts in his mind became more and more intense and became a kind of warning sign. It was very obvious that Ji Tianxing was disturbed by the heavens again and had a bad premonition. In other words, it was very likely that this was a warning from the heavens. With the experience of the God Slayer ambushing the Southern Army, Ji Tianxing immediately realized that something big was about to happen again. However, the heavens were unpredictable. Even if he had a sudden premonition of danger, he could not determine where the danger came from. My friends and family are all by my side, cultivating in the battleship and the God Pagoda. With my current strength, there is no opponent in the divine world, so naturally, there will be no danger. That premonition of danger is most likely related to the Rebel Alliance. Ji Tianxing calmed down and sat under the Blood Flame's sacred tree. He began to analyze and speculate seriously. Could it be that the imperial tutor has been in seclusion for 3 months and secretly mobilized an army to ambush the Rebel Alliance? That's highly possible. In just a short moment, he had determined the basic direction. The crisis should have come from the imperial tutor and descended upon the Rebel Alliance. If the imperial tutor doesn't want to fight with me, he won't dare to provoke me. The Southern Army. Previously, he had sent God Slayer to ambush them. In the end, the God Slayer was destroyed. He probably wouldn't attack the Southern Army again. On the other hand, the Eastern and Western armies that had just joined the alliance did not have my trusted subordinates to lead them, nor did they have sufficient loyalty and teamwork. As a result, their combat strength was not strong. If I were the imperial tutor, the safest course of action would be to attack both the eastern and western armies. Furthermore, after learning the lesson of the God-Slayer's crushing defeat last time, the imperial tutor would definitely attach great importance to this and strive for success. Both the eastern and western armies had 4,000 soldiers each. The imperial tutor would have to send at least 6,000 soldiers to defeat them. But will the imperial tutor deal with the eastern or western armies? Through a series of analysis and inferences, Ji Tianxing locked onto the eastern and western armies. However, at this juncture, he was unable to analyze which army the imperial tutor would deal with. After all, the heavens had only given him a warning, giving him a premonition of crisis. It was already not easy for him to analyze so many clues and train of thought through an illusory premonition and finally lock onto the eastern and western armies. If he wanted to distinguish which army the imperial tutor would deal with, that was not a warning from the heavens, but a direct answer. How was this possible? Therefore, after analyzing and guessing for a while, Ji Tianxing really could not deduce a specific result. Thus, he took out 2 communication jade slips and sent them to Dugu Zhan and clan leader Wang Lin respectively. The contents of the jade slips were very simple. There were only a few sentences. However, Ji Tianxing's tone was dignified and his wording was cautious, indicating that this crisis was no small matter. Dugu Zhan and clan leader Wang Lin were leading their armies and galloping on the eastern and western sides of the boundless heaven continent. They were both immersed in their previous success and glory, and their mentality was somewhat complacent. There was a kind of mysterious self-confidence that said, if the imperial tutor does not appear, who can compete with him? Moreover, in these 3 months, they had rarely received personal messages from Kenshin. Tonight, when they suddenly received a message from Ji Tianxing, both of them were filled with joy and anticipation. They thought that Kenshin had some instructions or wanted to reward them. Unexpectedly, Kenshin actually warned them in a solemn tone to be careful in the next few days, fearing that something big would happen and a crisis was imminent. When they saw such a message, Dugu Zhan and clan leader Wang Yin's reactions were basically the same. Both of them respected Kenshin very much and maintained their respect and trust for him. Of course, they believed that if Kenshin said that a crisis was imminent, something big would definitely happen. In the next few days, they would also follow Kenshin's orders and be more careful and prudent in their actions. However, the problem was that Kenshin's words were vague and unclear. He did not say what kind of danger it was or when it would happen. This made Dugu Zhan and the Wang Yin clan head confused. They were at a loss of what to do. Therefore, after the 2 of them repeatedly pondered over Ji Tianxing's message, they also invited a few clan leaders and sect leaders to discuss how to reply to Kenshin. Although those clan leaders and sect leaders were on high alert, they did not take it too seriously. When everyone was discussing, they also had a calm and relaxed attitude. Our rebel alliance's general momentum has been established and we already control half of the boundless heaven continent. Even the imperial tutor does not dare to come out and face us. What does this mean? The alliance's forces are strong enough that even the imperial tutor does not dare to face us easily. Not that we want to brag, but in the current boundless heaven continent, unless the imperial tutor personally takes action, who would dare to go against our eastern, western army? These were the original words of a certain clan leader, but they were also the thoughts of everyone. To put it simply, the 10 forces of the eastern and western armies had all expanded. They all felt that apart from the imperial tutor, no one could threaten them. Even though Kenshin had warned them to be careful, he did not clearly explain what was going on, so no one took it to heart. The discussion ended without a conclusion just like that. Dugu Zhan and clan leader Wang Yin considered their words and replied to Ji Tianxing. First, they expressed that they would follow orders and would be more careful and prudent. Second, they asked Kenshin to clearly state what kind of danger it was. If they could know the specific situation, it would be convenient for the army to deploy plans in advance and respond accordingly. Only then would they be able to turn danger into safety. After Ji Tianxing received the 2's messages, he felt deeply helpless. I can't predict the future, so how would I know the specific situation of the danger? If I knew, why wouldn't I tell you? Ji Tianxing muttered a few words to himself before replying to Duguzhan and clan leader Wang Lin. He reminded the two that the imperial tutor was likely to send an army of more than 6,000 people to secretly ambush the eastern and western armies. However, the specific location of the ambush and what kind of scheme they would use were still unclear. In short, the eastern and western armies had to be careful. If they were really ambushed, they should prioritize preserving their strength. Chapter 41-43. However, Ji Tianxing still couldn't confirm which army would be ambushed in the east or west. He also didn't know the imperial tutor's exact plan or when they would attack. However, this wasn't important to Duguzhan and clan leader Wang Lin. After receiving Ji Tianxing's message, they only grasped one key piece of information. That was, if they were really ambushed, they shouldn't think about fighting to the death. Instead, they should conserve their strength. This made Duguzhan and the Wang Lin clan head calm down and let out a sigh of relief. Previously, they were still worried about whether they should fight to the death if they were really ambushed. If they didn't fight with all their might, they would disgrace the rebel alliance's reputation and go against the Kenshin's orders. They would most likely be punished by the Kenshin. However, if they were to fight to the death, there would be no tacit understanding between the 10 forces. It would be very difficult for them to unleash their full strength. They would definitely be at a disadvantage and suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing's message completely resolved their worries. Duguzhan and clan leader Wang Lin hurriedly went to inform their subordinate forces and pass on the Kenshin's instructions. When the various forces learned of the Kenshin's attitude, their worries disappeared. They became much more relaxed. On the other side, Ji Tianxing's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. The premonition in his mind grew stronger and stronger. He knew that what he predicted would happen very soon. It was very likely that it would happen tonight. Therefore, he simply stopped his secluded cultivation and closed his eyes to rest in the cockpit of the god-slaying battleship. At the same time, he patiently waited for clan leader Wang Lin and Duguzhan's reply. The Eastern Army, led by Duguzhan, maintained a vigilant and alert posture. They also slowed down their speed. In order to avoid being ambushed by the imperial tutor's soldiers, Duguzhan and the other god kings of the various forces were all on high alert. They used their divine senses and secret techniques to scout their surroundings. If there was any danger, they would be able to detect it in advance and react accordingly. The Western Army, led by clan leader Wang Lin, was similarly cautious and slowed down their speed. Everyone was on high alert, casting all kinds of divine spells to scout the surroundings in advance to see if there was an ambush. However, the Western Expedition Army sent out by the Imperial Tutor had long locked onto the direction and trajectory of the Western Expedition Army. They had also made arrangements and ambushes in advance. Even though the 4,000 soldiers of the West Road were all on high alert. However, they still did not realize that danger and crisis were rapidly approaching. Very quickly, 4 hours passed. It was dawn, and the long night had finally come to an end. A glimmer of dawn had already appeared on the horizon. At this moment, the 5 divine warships that the Western Army was riding on were flying over a mountain range at lightning speed. There weren't any kingdoms or cities in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. This was a primeval forest with few people. Towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. After receiving Ji Tianxing's reminder, clan leader Wang Lin, who was in charge of the army on the Western Road, had been paying close attention to the outside to prevent any accidents from happening. At the same time, he had also discussed with several of his trusted subordinates and elders how the imperial tutor would attack them if he sent out a powerful army. His trusted subordinates and elders all agreed that the army sent by the imperial tutor would most likely set up an ambush in a domain chief's manor not far away, just like the God Slayer. If the Western Army advanced triumphantly and recklessly rushed into the domain chief's manor, they would be surrounded by enemies from both sides and would be fiercely attacked by the Imperial Tutor's army. Given the coordination and combat strength of the Western Army, once they were surrounded and ambushed in a secret realm, they would most likely be wiped out. However, after listening to the discussion of his trusted subordinates and elders, clan leader Wang Lin frowned and pondered for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and rejected the idea. Previously, the imperial tutor used this method to send out the God Slayer to set up an ambush in advance to deal with the Western army. Although the God Slayer's ambush was successful, the appearance of Kenshin led to the complete annihilation of the God Slayer. I think that the imperial tutor has suffered a loss once, and he will never make the same mistake again. Upon hearing clan leader Wang Lin's words, his trusted subordinates and elders all looked puzzled. Clan leader, do you mean that the army sent by the imperial tutor won't ambush us in the next domain chief's manner? This is the safest way to do it. If the imperial tutor doesn't carry out the same plan, what will he do? The answer is obvious. If the army sent by the imperial tutor doesn't ambush us in a secret realm, then they will definitely intercept us halfway. That's right. If we are suddenly attacked by the army under the command of the imperial tutor while we are hurrying along, we will definitely be caught off guard and suffer heavy casualties. But the problem is that we have been flying and hurrying along. How many calculations and deductions did the imperial tutor make in order to send his army to the place where we are bound to pass by in advance? Everyone guessed what the imperial tutor would do and realized that danger would soon befall them. There was no need to wait for 4 or 5 days. Perhaps tonight would be the night to see the outcome. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, an ear-piercing shriek suddenly sounded from the divine worship. That was the warning array set up by clan leader Wang Lin's worship. Once the array was activated, the ear-piercing shriek would spread, which meant that something had happened. Clan leader Wang Lin and the other god kings stopped discussing and released their divine senses to check the situation outside the divine worship. They wouldn't know if they didn't look, but they were shocked when they saw it. Clan leader Wang Lin and the others clearly remembered that they were flying over a desolate mountain range. There wasn't even a shadow in the surroundings. But now, with the 6 warships of the Western divine worship as the center, thousands of Sir God experts appeared out of thin air. The originally peaceful land and forest lit up with 5-colored divine lights that shot up to the sky and formed a canopy with a radius of 20,000 miles in the sky. When the 5-colored canopy was formed, the area within a radius of 20,000 miles was sealed off. If the 5 warships of the Western divine worship did not want to crash into the 5-colored canopy, they could only try to stop. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the 5 warships stopped steadily in the sky and formed a defensive formation around each other. Clan leader Wang Lin and the leaders of the 4 forces also communicated with each other using their divine senses. Damn it! Sure enough, the imperial preceptor sent an army of nearly 8,000 people to attack us here. Although their method is very old-fashioned, it is very effective. The biggest problem is that how can the imperial tutor deduce our whereabouts and location? Now is not the time to think about this. The most important thing now is for everyone to be alert and prepare to face the enemy. After the discussion ended, more than 3,000 soldiers rushed out of the 5 warships. All of them were wearing armor and holding swords. Their fighting spirit was high. Under the command of clan leader Wang Lin and the other family leaders, the 3,000 experts also joined forces and formed a thick defensive line. The night wind whistled, and the atmosphere was dead silent. The Western divine worship did not take the initiative to attack. The 7,000 soldiers just surrounded the Western divine worship. Naturally, the Western divine worship would not act rashly. They were still searching for the leaders of the Western divine worship. Chapter 41-44. The 3,000 soldiers of the Western Army were on high alert, their expressions solemn. The few hundred soldiers left behind on the divine ships also operated the 5 divine ships. They activated all the arrays on the ships and accumulated a vast amount of power. Although they looked orderly and majestic, the Western Army was composed of 5 forces. But in reality, the Western Army was made up of 5 factions. Even if they had been working together for a few months, there was no tacit understanding or cooperation between them. Seriously speaking, This was the first time the Western army had faced a war. From the moment they formed the army and began to carry out Ji Tianxing's orders to persuade them to surrender, everything had been smooth sailing. They had not encountered any resistance. Tonight, in order to protect themselves, they were finally going to fight to the death. Moreover, they were being ambushed and surrounded by 8,000 soldiers of the Western army. Not only were their opponents more elite and more tacit, but they also had twice the number of soldiers. The battle had not yet begun, but the 4,000 soldiers of the Western army were already filled with pessimism and worry. Their hearts were uneasy. Just as the atmosphere was somber and the battlefield was silent, on the Western army's side, 2 old men in luxurious robes walked out from the crowd, escorted by 10 divine generals. From the attitude of the crowd, one could see that the 2 old men were the leaders of the Western army. One of the old men was thin and wore a purple brocade robe. His long gray hair was tied up in a simple bun. He looked very simple and low-key. However, his strength was at the 9th level of the God-King realm. His cultivation was very profound. Seeing the appearance of the purple-robed old man, the Western army's God-King powerhouses were shocked and incredulous. Several patriarchs could not help but cry out in alarm. Internal Affairs Grand Commander? Isn't he the Grand Commander in charge of the Azura Divine Palace's internal affairs? Doesn't he never leave the Azura Divine Palace? Damn it! The Imperial Tutor is determined to destroy us. He even sent the Internal Affairs Grand Commander to fight. This is enough to prove that the Imperial Tutor has no one he can use. Indeed, the purple-robed old man was the Internal Affairs Grand Commander of the Azura Divine Palace. He was in charge of the Azura Divine Palace's internal affairs. For 1,000 years, the Internal Affairs Grand Commander had been in the Azura Divine Palace, handling all kinds of affairs and maintaining the stability and dignity of the Azura Divine Palace. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to enter the Azura Divine Palace, so they naturally didn't recognize the Internal Affairs Great Commander. However, the several ancient family clans of the Western army had all entered the Azura Divine Palace before. Naturally, they had seen the Internal Affairs Great Commander before. No one had expected that the Imperial Tutor would send this expert to lead an army to carry out an ambush mission. After a moment of surprise, everyone's gaze fell on the other old man. It was a white-haired old man wearing a luxurious blue robe. His entire body was inlaid with jade and beads, and his hair was tied up with a gorgeous divine crown. His entire body exuded a noble and dignified aura. Seeing this person, the expressions of the clan leaders of the Western army became somewhat complicated, and they all frowned. It's actually him? I don't think many of the younger generation know him, right? He is the Grand Elder of the Lin clan. That's right. He is Lin Undying, a legendary expert who was born in the ancient times, more than 20,000 years ago. I've long heard that the low-key Lin clan has secretly pledged allegiance to the Azura God Emperor. Today, this rumor has been verified. The experts dispatched by the Imperial Tutor before were all his subordinates, the direct subordinates of the Azura God Emperor. Now, not only is he sending the Internal Affairs Great Commander to fight, but he's also sending Lin Undying to lead the army. From this, it can be seen that the Imperial Tutor is truly lacking in powerhouses. Is this considered good news amidst all the bad news? Don't think so much. Let's first think about how we can break out of this encirclement. The clan leaders secretly communicated with each other, their hearts brimming with worry and anxiety. At this time, the Internal Affairs Great Commander and Lin Undying led 10 divine generals into the field. They looked at the powerhouses of the 5 factions and spoke. You should all know this one and God King Lin. As for why this one has led 8,000 elite soldiers here, you should all be well aware. This one won't waste any more words. Now, I will give you 2 choices. Surrender and submit to the Imperial Tutor, or be surrounded and killed by this one's 8,000 soldiers, dying without a complete corpse. The Internal Affairs Great Commander's expression was very cold, and his tone was not very fierce or domineering. However, the aura and attitude he displayed was extremely domineering and unquestionable. The soldiers of the Western Army were somewhat restless at these words, many of them whispering to each other. The Internal Affairs Great Commander wants us to surrender? Isn't he going to start a war and kill us all? He's actually giving us a way out? Truly inconceivable. Could it be that the Imperial Tutor is lacking manpower and urgently needs to replenish his forces? Don't think about that. Even if the Internal Affairs Great Commander gives us a way out, we can't surrender. That's right. With the oath binding us, even if we wanted to surrender, who would dare? I'm just afraid that we'll be struck to pieces by heavenly lightning as soon as we say we're going to surrender. Sigh. The Kenshin's oath of surrender is truly too ruthless. It doesn't give us a way out at all. Shut up. Don't forget that we're already part of the Rebel Alliance. We're soldiers under the Kenshin. Don't you dare criticize the Alliance leader. That's right. The heavens are watching us all the time. Be careful. Trouble comes from careless talk. The soldiers of the 5 forces were discussing, and the clan leaders were also communicating telepathically with complicated expressions on their faces. Clan leader Wang Lin frowned and took a step forward. He cupped his fists and bowed to the Internal Affairs Great Commander and Kanglin Immortal. His expression was solemn as he said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, seniors. Even if you and I are enemies, you can still give us a way out. Unfortunately, the Great Commander might not know that when we joined the Rebel Alliance, we made an oath to be witnessed and bound by the heavens. Therefore, we appreciate the Great Commander's kind intentions. I'm very sorry, but we can't surrender." The Internal Affairs Great Commander frowned and glanced sideways at Kanglin Immortal, who was beside him, with an inquiring look. He had only heard that the Kenshin's oath of surrender was very harsh and terrifying. However, he did not know the exact content of the oath. As for clan leader Wang Yin's words, he could not tell whether they were true or false, so he asked Kanglin Immortal. Kanglin Immortal nodded at him, proving that clan leader Wang Yin was telling the truth. Only then did the Internal Affairs Great Commander believe him. He looked coldly at clan leader Wang Yin and said, "In that case, you can only blame yourselves for being stupid and choosing to believe the Kenshin. Since you've made your choice, you should pay the price. I will personally send you on your way." After that, the Internal Affairs Great Commander did not waste any more words with the Western Army. He waved his hand and gave the order to attack. "Kill them all." Following the Internal Affairs Great Commander's cold shout, the 8,000 Western punitive expedition soldiers who were ready to attack immediately launched a siege. The hundreds of soldiers who were in charge of controlling the Heaven and Earth Great Formation used all their strength to activate the Divine Formation. They released an invisible force to suppress the Western Army. More than 7,000 armored and sword-wielding soldiers also charged from all directions, releasing overwhelming divine light and shadows. Chapter 41-45. If it was Nangong Buhua leading the Southern Army, they would definitely fight back. If it was Ji Tianxing leading the Northern Army, they would fight until they killed all 8,000 of the Western Punitive Expedition Army. However, it was the Western Army that was being attacked. They were 5 forces that were not very loyal. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to expect them to fight a bloody battle. Before the battle started, clan leader Wang Yin had already thought of a plan. He knew that the 5 forces did not have a tacit understanding, so he transmitted his idea to the other clan leaders. "Don't fight with them. We need to break out of the encirclement and escape. We should be able to catch them off guard. This is our only chance. I hope that everyone will cooperate. Otherwise, we will all die here." Later, the other party would definitely take the initiative to launch a siege. On the surface, we will block the first wave of attacks with all our strength. Secretly, we will send out 50 of our trusted subordinates with a large number of superior king-level divine artifacts to attack the southwest. The 50 subordinates will detonate the divine artifacts at all costs and blow up the seal array. Then, we will break out of the encirclement and charge out of the array. This was clan leader Wang Yin's idea and suggestion. Although it was not brilliant, it was a quick-witted plan in a crisis. If used properly, it should be effective. Although the 5 ancient clans weren't very powerful and didn't have a supreme-grade king-level divine artifact, they were still very powerful. However, as an ancient clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years, they had a very deep foundation and a large number of superior king-level divine artifacts. Although superior king-level divine artifacts were very precious, no one would be willing to use them as a bomb. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, no one would feel bad about using them in order to survive. Thus, when the 8,000 Western punitive expedition army besieged them, the patriarchs and elders of the 5 forces shouted loudly and led their subordinates to join forces and cast spells to resist. Dazzling divine light shone in the sky as battle cries shook the heavens. At first glance, the Western army appeared to be very hot-blooded and determined to fight to the death. However, everyone knew that they were only doing their best to block the first wave of attacks from the Western punitive expedition army and minimize casualties. Everyone's hope of survival was placed on the 50 god kings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 3,000 soldiers were fighting hot-bloodedly, and the 5 divine warships were also firing at full power. However, there were 50 god kings among the crowd who were traveling in the opposite direction. Each clan sent out 10 god kings, making a total of 50 people. They were currently charging towards the southwest without regard for anything else. The 5 clan heads and the sect master each collected more than a dozen king-grade high-grade god artifacts and handed them to the 50 god kings. They rushed out of the crowd without any regard for their own safety. Even if they were injured by the divine spells that filled the sky, they still tried to get close to the edge of the ceiling formation. Boom boom boom. Bang 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 bang. The divine arts unleashed by the 8,000 soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army clashed with the divine arts unleashed by the 3,000 soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army, causing a deafening explosion. At this moment, the area within a radius of 20,000 miles was filled with endless fragments of divine light. Violent shockwaves and air currents reverberated within the ceiling formation. In the first round of battle, the Western Punitive Expedition Army naturally had the advantage. More than 3,000 soldiers of the Western Army only managed to block 80% of the attack. Hundreds of soldiers were injured, and nearly 100 died on the spot. However, this result was still within the Wanyan clan leader's expectations. He could accept such casualties. Fortunately, they were able to block most of the attacks and protect the 50 god kings who were responsible for the mission. They successfully made it to the southwest. When the 50 god kings reached the edge of the ceiling formation, they took out all kinds of king-grade high-grade god artifacts and quickly cast spells to detonate them. Although there were nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army at the edge of the ceiling formation, they immediately focused their firepower on the 50 god kings. However, they were caught off guard and their reactions were not fast enough. They still lost the initiative. Even though they cast divine arts in time, they were still one step too slow. In the next moment, dozens of king-grade high-grade god artifacts exploded at the same time, releasing dazzling divine light that was as dazzling as the sun. Boom, boom boom boom. A deafening explosion reverberated between heaven and earth, deafening even the apathetic. The violent shockwaves swept across a radius of 20,000 miles. Not only did it injure nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army, but it also sent the 50 god kings flying. Dozens of king-grade high-grade god artifacts exploded at the same time. It was no less powerful than the all-out attack of 3 peak god kings. The result was obvious. The ceiling formation that the Western Punitive Expedition Army had set up in advance could not withstand such a violent explosion. A huge crater with a radius of 3,000 feet was blasted open. The crater was surrounded by cracks and craters for more than 2,000 miles. The entire ceiling formation began to shake violently, letting out cracking noises, seeming to be on the verge of collapse. The commander of internal affairs and Wang Lin Immortal did not expect such an outcome. The thousands of soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army were also stunned. They did not expect the Western Punitive Expedition Army to be so cunning. They had planned to escape before the battle had even begun. Under normal circumstances, they would have fought for a few rounds. If they could not win, they would have broken through the encirclement and escaped. How could they be so shameless? They pretended to fight, but in fact, they had already planned to escape. They had no integrity or integrity. How shameful! While the Western Punitive Expedition Army was in a daze and angry, the 3,000 soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army turned around and rushed southwest as fast as they could. Who said that the 5 forces of the Western Punitive Expedition Army did not have a tacit understanding? Look at how they are running for their lives. Look at how fast they are running. Bush, bush, bush. The first to break through the hole in the ceiling formation were naturally the 50 divine kings. They were all badly injured. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies were covered in blood, and their bodies were riddled with wounds. A small portion of their injuries were caused by the Western Punitive Expedition Army. Most of them were caused by the explosion of the divine artifacts. Bush, bush, bush. Soon after, the 5 god warships also passed through the hole at the speed of light and escaped from the ceiling array. Logically speaking, the divine warships should have brought up the rear. But everyone was running for their lives. They did not care about the order. They just wanted to see who could run faster. Fortunately, when the hole in the ceiling formation was blown open, more than half of the Western Punitive Expedition Army that was closest to it were killed. The remaining 300 or so were heavily injured and had lost their ability to fight. Thus, no one could stop the Western Punitive Expedition Army from escaping. Bush, bush, bush. Finally, the 3,000 soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army reached the hole and rushed out of the ceiling formation without a care for their own safety. The Western Punitive Expedition Army in other directions finally reacted. They immediately rushed to the rescue and cast spells to stop them. Divine art attacks covered the sky and the earth. They shone with 5-colored divine light. Like a flood, they poured down on the hole. Rumble! Half of the 3,000 soldiers of the Western Punitive Expedition Army had escaped the ceiling formation. The rest were intercepted and could only cast spells to resist. They were held back and slowed down. Soon, they were surrounded by even more Western Punitive Expedition Army. Chapter 41-46. The Western Army that had rushed out of the ceiling array boarded the divine warships. They were temporarily safe. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they escaped the pursuit of the Western Army, they did not dare to say that they were completely safe. They did not dare to let down their guard. The 5 divine warships deliberately slowed down and flew southwest. They could not wait outside the array for the other half of the soldiers to escape. They could only fly southwest and wait for the remaining soldiers to catch up. Whether or not the soldiers could escape the ceiling formation and survive was up to the will of the heavens. This method of cutting one's wrist to protect more people was also agreed upon by the 5 families. Soon, 10 breaths passed. The 5 divine warships had flown 100,000 miles away from the ceiling array. More than 800 soldiers, covered in blood and heavily wounded, caught up with the divine warships of the various clans. As for the remaining 1,000 soldiers, they were all trapped near the ceiling formation, unable to escape. Seeing this, clan leader Wang Lin decisively gave an order. Give up on the remaining people. Don't wait any longer. Let's move forward at full speed and get rid of them as soon as possible. Following his orders, the 5 divine battleships immediately began to speed up. They exploded with their fastest speed and fled towards the southwest. At the same time, there were still more than 800 soldiers outside the hole in the ceiling array. They were surrounded by thousands of soldiers from the Western Army. When the Western Army was escaping, they were at the back of the line. After being intercepted by the Western Army, they could no longer escape. They all thought that the divine warships and armies were still outside the ceiling array, waiting for them to break out. Therefore, everyone tried their best to break out at all costs. In their opinion, as long as they could break out of the ceiling array, they would be able to survive and escape. Unfortunately, the Western Army outnumbered them by several times. Even the commander of internal affairs and Wang Lin Immortal took action personally. They used their supreme abilities to intercept the Western army near the hole. As a result, the 800 or so soldiers of the Western army were quickly surrounded and killed, turning into ashes. Even when they died, they did not know that the Western army had already abandoned them and fled. 20 breaths later, the battle near the hole finally ended. The earth-shattering sound and the divine light that filled the sky gradually dissipated. Although the Western punitive army had achieved victory, they had killed more than 1,500 soldiers of the Western punitive army. However, there wasn't a trace of happiness on the faces of the great commander of internal affairs and Wang Lin Immortal. Instead, their faces were dark and filled with anger. When the battle ended, they rushed out of the hole in the formation without hesitation, leading thousands of soldiers in pursuit towards the southwest. The mission given to us by the Imperial Tutor is to annihilate the Western army and weaken the power of the rebel alliance to intimidate the boundless heaven continent. But now we have only killed 1,500 people, and the main force of the Western army has escaped. How do we explain this to the Imperial Tutor? 8,000 elite soldiers set up an ambush here in advance and successfully ambushed the weak Western army. Not only did they fail to destroy the enemy, their main force even managed to escape. If the Imperial Tutor finds out about this, he will definitely accuse us of incompetence and incompetence. While chasing after the Western army, the Internal Affairs Commander and Song Lan Undying both had such thoughts in their minds. The thousands of soldiers of the Western punitive expedition also understood this principle. Therefore, they couldn't be happy and could only fly with all their might. However, the death of the last 800 soldiers of the Western army won the precious 20 breaths of time for the main force. When the Internal Affairs Commander and Song Lan Undying led the Western punitive expedition and began the pursuit, the Western army had already escaped 400,000 miles away. Furthermore, the leaders of the five forces spared no expense in expending resources to maintain the divine warship at top speed. No matter how fast the Western punitive expedition was, they couldn't close the distance between the two sides. Even though the two sides chased in the sky for an hour, the Western punitive expedition still couldn't see the shadow of the Western army. The distance between the two sides was maintained at around 300,000 miles. Most importantly, the Western army didn't fly in a straight line under the command of clan leader Wang Lin. Every few 100,000 miles, the divine warships would slightly adjust their direction and change their route. Such a simple method could effectively slow down the speed of the Western punitive expedition. After all, the most powerful people in the Western punitive expedition were the Internal Affairs Commander and Song Lan Undying. Their divine senses could only detect a distance of 90,000 miles. They couldn't detect the traces of the Western army and couldn't predict their escape route. They could only determine their opponent's route based on the remnant waves of divine power left behind by the five divine warships. Every time the Western army changed direction, the Internal Affairs Commander and Song Lan Undying had to spend a few breaths of time to cast spells to detect the remnant waves of divine power left behind. This slowed down the Western punitive expedition and made it impossible for them to catch up to the Western army. The Internal Affairs Commander and Song Lan Undying were furious and despised the Western army's cunning, but there was nothing they could do. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. The intense pursuit was still ongoing. The two sides had already flown over 20 million miles. Both sides had consumed a huge amount of resources, but the distance between them was still around 350,000 miles. Clearly, if this situation continued, the Western punitive expedition would never be able to catch up to the Western army. Unless the Western army ran out of resources or the divine warships broke down. But there was little hope for such a thing. Even if it happened, it would take 10 days to half a month. By then, the Western army would have fled back to the core of the Rebel Alliance's territory and the other armies would have arrived to reinforce them. What was even more terrifying was that the Kenshin would arrive in less than 10 days to half a month. Thus, the Internal Affairs Commander and Song Lan Undying began to hesitate. The two of them stood in the cockpit of the divine warship and looked at the sky in front of them, discussing with gloomy expressions. The Western army was ambushed and suffered heavy losses. They will definitely send a message to the Kenshin. Now that the Kenshin knows about this, they will most likely be on their way to reinforce them. With the distance between us and the Kenshin, we will need to travel for half a month to reach them. But the Kenshin cannot be predicted with common sense. They will arrive in 3 days at the latest. This means that we only have 3 days at most. If we can't catch up to the Western army in 3 days, we should give up. Otherwise, if we encounter the Kenshin, the situation will be reversed. Your guess is correct, but that is based on the situation where the Kenshin has just received the news. What if the Kenshin has the ability to predict the future and predict that the Western army will be ambushed? 3 days? I think it will take at most 2 days. The Kenshin is indeed not a normal person. They can always create miracles and do unbelievable things. Actually, even if we chase them for 2 days, there is not much point. How about this? Let's set the time limit to 1 day. Chapter 41-47. The Internal Affairs Commander and Wang Lin Immortal were both leaders of the West conquering army. However, there was still a gap between their statuses. The Internal Affairs Commander was the commander, while Wang Lin Immortal, as the deputy commander, did not have much say. Since the Internal Affairs Commander decided to only chase for 1 day out of caution, Wang Lin Immortal could only agree. The rest of the day was extremely torturous for everyone. Not only were the fleeing Western army tense up, but they could not relax. Even the Western Punitive Expedition Army, who were chasing after them, were equally tense. They were constantly in a state of combat. Apart from those who were seriously injured, they didn't have much fighting power left. They were still able to catch their breaths and were allowed to circulate their energy to recuperate. As for the others, even if they were slightly injured, they could only bear with it. However, despite both sides working so hard and risking their lives, the outcome did not change. 1 day finally passed. The distance between the two armies was still around 300,000 miles. Both parties had brought along an abundance of cultivation resources. It was impossible for them to run out of resources in a short period of time, which would cause the divine battleship to be unable to sustain itself. The Western army did not let down their guard and was not stupid enough to make another mistake. The West conquering army chased for an entire day but could not find an opportunity, so they could only give up. Under the orders of the Internal Affairs Commander, the few god ships stopped chasing and started to return. The soldiers naturally agreed and supported this decision. No one was stupid enough to oppose it. After all, the failure to destroy the Rebel Alliance's Western army was the fault of the two commanders. The Imperial Tutor would only blame them. However, if they continued to chase, they would be in the most danger. It was good to give up so that they could rest and recover. The West conquering army had given up. However, the army on the west, which was fleeing at top speed, did not know about this matter. After all, the two sides were 300,000 miles apart. No one's divine sense or divine ability could reach such a distance. The Western army could only use another method to check if the other side continued to chase. Every 2 hours, the Wanyan clan leader would take out 5 talismans and shoot them into the sky and earth. The 5 talismans would turn into invisible waves of light that merged into the clouds and earth, illuminating the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. The images of the 5 talismans would appear in a special mirror divine artifact in the hands of the Wanyan clan leader. This special artifact had the effect of remote monitoring and spying on images. It was often used to investigate information and some bad things. But at this moment, it was indeed the best choice to use this divine artifact to check if the Western Punitive Expedition Army had continued their pursuit. Swish. Swish. Time was up again. Wanyan clan leader took out another 5 talismans and threw them out of the divine warship into the sky and the earth. The divine talisman burned and turned into streaks of golden light, merging into the sky and earth, disappearing without a trace. Then, the 5 battleships of the Western Army quickly left, disappearing into the horizon. Inside the battleship, the Wanyan clan leader took out an ancient bronze mirror. He cast a spell to activate this divine artifact and began to look at the images in the mirror. After a few breaths of time, the Western army had flown 300,000 miles away. Based on his previous experience, the Western Punitive Expedition Army's battleships would soon appear on the screen and quickly pass by. However, the Wanyan clan leader waited quietly for a while, but he did not see any battleships of the Western Expedition Army. This result made him feel pleasantly surprised and relaxed, but at the same time, he was also very puzzled. The Internal Affairs Commander and Wang Lin Immortal actually gave up on chasing us? That's not possible, right? They have been chasing us for an entire day. Why would they give up now? The Wanyan clan leader was naturally happy to see the Western Punitive Expedition Army stop chasing. He heaved a sigh of relief and could finally relax and recuperate. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. He was afraid that he would fall into the trap of the Imperial Tutor and the Internal Affairs Commander. Therefore, he did not inform everyone of this result and allowed the fleet to continue moving forward at full speed. At the same time, he began to ponder and analyze what the Western Punitive Expedition Army was up to. Did they lose us? Did they go in the wrong direction? That's not possible. With the strength of the Internal Affairs Commander and Wang Lin Immortal, even if they went in the wrong direction, they would be able to immediately detect the problem. Now that 100 breaths of time have passed and they still haven't appeared, they definitely did not go in the wrong direction. Did they predict our path and want to use a shortcut to intercept us in advance? The Wanyan clan leader thought about it carefully and felt that it was not possible. Even he himself did not know the path and goal. It would be strange if the Internal Affairs Commander and Wang Lin Immortal could guess it. The Wanyan clan leader thought about it but could not guess what the other party was up to. From the looks of it, the other party should have retreated and given up the chase. However, to be safe, the Wanyan clan leader waited for 15 minutes and released 5 divine talismans, scattering them between heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The divine talismans turned into 5 rays of golden light and disappeared into the sky and earth. Then, the Wanyan clan leader held the ancient bronze mirror and watched it attentively, afraid that he would miss a single detail. 5 breaths of time passed and there was no movement in the mirror. 10 breaths of time passed and there was still nothing in the mirror. After 100 breaths of time, the Western Punitive Expedition Army had flown another 1,000,000 miles, but there was still no reaction from the ancient bronze mirror. This time, the Wanyan clan leader was finally sure that the other party had given up the chase. He did not hesitate and hurriedly informed everyone of this news. A moment later, cheers rang out from the 5 divine warships. Many people sighed in relief. The tense nerves of more than 2,000 soldiers finally relaxed at this moment. The 5 warships that were flying at high speed slowed down at the same time and returned to their normal speed. Everyone knew that the Western Punitive Expedition Army had given up the chase. However, they did not dare to stay in the same place and could only continue flying forward. Following the orders of the various clan leaders, the disciples under their command went to recuperate and rest. Only a portion of the uninjured were left to be on standby. After settling down the disciples, the clan leaders used their divine senses to ask the Wanyan clan leader about the next step of the plan. Clan leader Wanyan, what should we do next? Such a big thing has happened. Aren't you going to report to the Alliance leader first? Lord Alliance Master truly has the foresight. If we knew that the other party was so sinister and vicious, we would have listened to the Alliance leader's warning and taken a detour. The Kenshin is indeed the Kenshin. I am completely convinced. Although I don't know how the Kenshin predicted that we would be in danger. However, I feel that we must obey the Kenshin's orders and decisions in the future. The Wanyan clan leader sneered in his heart when he heard the clan leader's lamentations. However, he did not show it. He transmitted his voice to everyone. A few hours ago, I sent a message to the Alliance Master and reported the specific situation. At that time, the Alliance leader did not give any instructions. He told us not to lower our guard and to contact him only when we are truly out of danger. Chapter 41-48. The Western army was now completely out of danger. Under everyone's expectations, the Wanyan clan leader sent a message to Ji Tianxing to ask about their next course of action. After a short 100 breaths, Ji Tianxing sent a message back. The Wanyan clan leader eagerly took the jade slip and read the information inside. Ji Tianxing's dignified voice immediately sounded in his mind. Next, you can choose a place to rest for a few days. Then, you can head to the next area and continue with your mission. The soldiers under the Internal Affairs Commander and Wang Lin Immortal didn't suffer any casualties. They won the ambush this time, but they didn't manage to annihilate the Western army. They definitely won't give up. However, with the Imperial Tutor's style of doing things and the Internal Affairs Commander's cautious personality, they won't try to kill you in the near future. After you continue to conquer the other areas, I think the Internal Affairs Commander will try to test your strength. What he's most afraid of is that I'm secretly guarding the Western army and waiting to annihilate them. If he can confirm that I'm not in the Western army, he'll attack again. So, what you need to do now is to tell the other clan leaders to be extra careful. I'm leading the Western army and attacking cities. I don't have time to support you. This news must be kept a secret. Only the clan leaders and their trusted subordinates know about it. This was the longest conversation between the Wanyan clan leader and Ji Tianxing after he joined the rebel alliance. The reason why it was so long was because Ji Tianxing told the Wanyan clan leader his plan in detail. The Wanyan clan leader wasn't stupid. He understood Ji Tianxing's meaning and guessed Ji Tianxing's plan. Suddenly, his emotions were stirred up, and his blood was boiling. He thought to himself, the sword god is indeed unwilling to suffer losses. Our Western army has suffered heavy losses, so he must annihilate the 8,000 soldiers under the command of the great commander of internal affairs. That's great. Soon, I'll be able to witness Kenshin's peerless glory. Excitement aside, Kenshin's mission still had to be carried out. Therefore, clan leader Wanyan quickly informed the other clan leaders and conveyed Kenshin's decree. For hours later, the 5 divine warships stopped quietly in a remote mountain range. They hid in the mountains to recuperate and heal their wounds. After the various patriarchs had settled down their disciples, they gathered together to discuss the plan. Everyone looked at the Wanyan clan leader and asked, Clan leader Wanyan, what other instructions does Lord Kenshin have? Sama told us to rest for a few days. What about after that? Continue with the mission? The Wanyan clan leader nodded calmly and said, although we were ambushed and lost more than 1,000 soldiers, it was a heavy loss. However, our main force is still here. After resting and recuperating, we naturally have to continue with the mission. Everyone, don't worry. Given the nature of the Imperial Tutor and the Great Commander of Internal Affairs, they will definitely be very cautious and will not act against us. Hearing this, the other clan leaders frowned. Their expressions were somewhat complicated. One of the clan leaders smiled bitterly and said, in the short term, the Great Commander of Internal Affairs and the 8,000 elite soldiers will of course not act against us. However, they are unharmed and will definitely not give up. They will definitely annihilate us. Once we continue with the mission and conquer the various regions, they will ambush us again. At that time, who will be able to save us? Another clan leader added, Clan leader Wanyan, does Kenshin not plan to come and help us after knowing about this? The other clan leaders' eyes lit up. They all asked, the Great Commander of Internal Affairs has 8,000 elite soldiers. Other than Kenshin who can help us, the others are useless. We have suffered such heavy losses. If word gets out, it will damage the Alliance's reputation. Is Kenshin going to swallow this humiliation? Through this ambush, the clan leaders had witnessed Ji Tianxing's strength. They all hoped that Ji Tianxing would come and help them. However, clan leader Wanyan glanced at them and said expressionlessly, the Rebel Alliance has 4 armies. Our leader will personally lead the Northern Army, which has the smallest number of people. If every army is ambushed and needs our leader to come and save them, how will he be able to save them all? Don't think too much about it. I have already asked our leader. He won't have time to come and save us. Everyone, please be extra careful. If we are ambushed again using the same strategy, it won't be a problem of strength anymore. It will be a problem of brains. After saying this, clan leader Wang Lin planned to turn around and leave. The other clan leaders were stunned. Their faces were filled with pity and grievance. In their opinion, Kenshin did not trust them enough and did not care about their lives. This was really disappointing. At this moment, clan leader Wang Lin, who had just turned around, stopped in his tracks. He warned everyone in a serious tone. "Oh right, regarding the fact that our leader won't be coming, I hope that everyone can keep it a secret. At most, only your confidants are allowed to know about it. Do not spread it out. Otherwise, it will endanger all of our lives and affect our leader's plan." After giving this warning, clan leader Wang Lin finally left for real. The other clan leaders watched him leave. When his figure disappeared from the peak of the mountain, they began to discuss it telepathically. Damn it! Are we, who joined the rebel alliance later, so disliked by the Kenshin? When the southern army was ambushed, the Kenshin rushed over immediately to help. What about us? The Kenshin is obviously biased. Don't talk about it. The treatment of those who joined the alliance earlier is different from us. Our position in the leader's heart is also different. This is something that everyone knows. Don't think too much about it. If you want to blame someone, blame ourselves. We have been observing for a few months and did not seize the opportunity. The other clan leaders were indignant, but they knew that they had only themselves to blame. There was nothing to blame them for. They were just thinking that they had to be careful from now on. Just like what clan leader Wang Lin said, if they were ambushed by the internal affairs commander with the same scheme twice, it would be too embarrassing. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The 2,000 men of the Western Army were almost done recuperating in the mountains. They set off on their journey again. They continued to carry out their mission and rushed to the Qiulun region to subdue Qiulun. At the same time, the news of the Western Army being ambushed and suffering heavy casualties began to spread throughout the boundless heaven continent. Of course, in order to keep it a secret, the Western punitive expedition did not take the initiative to publicize or leak the news. The channels through which the news spread were unknown for the time being. However, what was certain was that the news did not spread widely. Only a few top forces and experts knew about it. As a result, those factions and god kings focused their attention on the Great Army of the West and Great Army of the North. Everyone was speculating that this was the first time the Rebel Alliance had suffered a setback since its establishment. Would the Kenshin rush over to help the Western Army in a fit of anger and annihilate the 8,000 soldiers under the Internal Affairs commander? Chapter 41-49. The factions and god kings who knew the news were all paying attention to the Western and Northern armies. After a few days, the news about the two armies appeared. The Western Army arrived at Qiulun region and successfully subdued the region lord, saving the citizens of the region. Now, the Rebel Alliance had one more region under their control. After the Western Army completed their mission, they continued on to the next region. At the same time, under the leadership of the Sword God, the Northern Army was as busy as ever, attacking and plundering cities without stopping. Even though the Northern Army had the least number of people among the four armies. However, the Northern Army led by Kenshin was the strongest army in everyone's eyes. The Western and Northern Army that received the attention of various factions carried out their missions as usual as if nothing had happened. Those factions and god kings secretly sighed at Kenshin's strong determination and sympathized with the Western Army. Everyone knew that the Western and Eastern Army had joined the Rebel Alliance later and did not have much of a place in Kenshin's heart. Therefore, the Western Army could only accept such a huge loss. Hoping that Kenshin would avenge them? That was impossible. The commander of internal affairs and Kanglin Immortal also came to the same conclusion. Ever since they gave up chasing the Western Army, they retreated to their temporary camp and rested for 3 days. During this time, the commander of internal affairs reported the situation to the imperial tutor and asked for instructions on what to do next. The imperial tutor's reply was very similar to the commander of internal affairs' thoughts. Although they won the ambush, it was not a complete victory. With 8,000 elite soldiers, They had to wipe out the Western army before they could announce the news to the world. Since there were not many casualties, they could rest for a while and look for another opportunity. The key was to see how Kenshin would react when he heard the news. The commander of internal affairs had the same idea. After the army rested, he began to use the Imperial Tutor's intelligence network to gather information on the Kenshin and the Western Army's movements. In less than 2 days, he found out that the Western Army had subdued Qiuluan region and was heading to the next region. The Kenshin, on the other hand, was still with the Northern Army and had yet to show their faces. After learning about the movements of the two armies and proving that the Kenshin was still in the north and did not reinforce the west, the Internal Affairs commander felt much more at ease. The reason why he had rested and observed for so long was because he was worried that Kenshin would go and reinforce the Western Army. If he rashly led 8,000 soldiers to besiege the army on the west and was slaughtered by the Kenshin, then his entire army would be wiped out. Although this sounded very exaggerated, however, Kenshin's glorious past was enough to prove his heaven-defying strength. The great commander of internal affairs heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he led the 8,000 elite soldiers and rushed to the Qiuluan region without stopping. He wanted to catch up with the Western Army and then try to intercept and kill them. Inextinguishable Azure agreed with this. Moreover, he also ridiculed and disdained the Western Army's misfortune. Those fence-sitters wagging their tails and begging for mercy waited for a few months before they made up their minds to join the Kenshin. They even thought that they could gain the trust and respect of the Kenshin. Who knew that the Kenshin did not even care about their lives? What a joke! The Internal Affairs commander also agreed with Inextinguishable Azure's words. He laughed coldly. Since the Kenshin does not care about their lives, then how can we let them continue to live? 5 days later, the Western Army had taken over the Yuanshan region near the Qiuluan region and saved the people there. The night that they took over the Yuanshan region lord, the Internal Affairs commander led the Western conquering army to chase up. The two armies were very close, only 100,000 miles apart. However, the Western Army acted like they did not know and continued to travel at a normal speed. As long as the Western conquering army under the Internal Affairs commander rushed in front of them, they would be able to successfully ambush them. On the surface, it seemed like victory was within their grasp. Not only was Inextinguishable Azure filled with anticipation, but the 8,000 soldiers were also pumped up and filled with fighting spirit. However, the Internal Affairs commander was a cautious person and was a little suspicious. Seeing that they could intercept the Western Army, he frowned and pondered for a long time, unable to make up his mind. Inextinguishable Azure saw his hesitation and asked him what was going on. The Internal Affairs commander frowned and said, "I feel that something is not right. The Western Army is behaving too normally. Don't you think it is strange?" Inextinguishable Azure nodded, yes. They had already suffered once, and their losses had been so disastrous. If it were anyone else, they would be more cautious and careful. However, they acted as if nothing had happened. Are they fools? Can't they guess that we will make a comeback? Or maybe there is an expert who sneaked into the army, so they are fearless? The Internal Affairs commander frowned even more and muttered to himself, other than the Kenshin, who else can make them so confident and fearless? But the Kenshin is still with the Northern Army. He even appeared in front of everyone yesterday. Yesterday, he received a secret message saying that the Northern Army had conquered a certain territory yesterday. The Kenshin even watched the territorial lord recite the oath of surrender in front of everyone. Inextinguishable Azure thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Commander, this is a serious matter. It is reasonable for you to be more cautious and consider it more carefully. I have a suggestion. Since you are worried that there is an expert in the Western Army, we might as well follow the Western Army and not attack in a hurry. When we find an opportunity, we can capture a few generals of the Western Army and torture them to get the answer." The Internal Affairs commander's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "That is a good idea. If there is a mysterious expert or Kenshin in the Western Army, the patriarchs and their god kings will definitely know this secret. The two thought that they had thought of the best way to verify it and waited patiently for the opportunity. 4 days later, the Western army entered the soul-shaking territory and arrived at the territorial lord's manor. More than 2,000 soldiers appeared and surrounded the territorial lord's manor. Patriarch Wang Lin led several patriarchs and a large number of god kings to negotiate with the territorial lord. More than 2,000 soldiers and dozens of god kings stayed outside the territorial lord's manor. The internal affairs commander and inextinguishable Azure finally found an opportunity to sneak into the territorial lord's manor and capture 2 god kings. The 2 lower god kings were not very powerful. They were deacons of the ancient clans. The great commander of internal affairs and deep-tied indestructible had secretly abducted the 2 god kings and interrogated them with torture. The 2 god kings were tortured until they were half dead and had no choice but to tell the truth. It turned out that the Kenshin did not like the Western army. The Kenshin had already made it clear that they would not come to their aid. The internal affairs commander and inextinguishable Azure were completely relieved after they heard the answer. They quickly informed the Western army, who was hiding in the distance, to rush to the territorial lord's manor and set up a formation to surround and kill the Western army. Chapter 4150. The Domain Master's mansion of the soul-shaking territory was located in a beautiful alternate space. More than 2,000 soldiers stood guard outside the secret realm, guarding the entrance and exit. Clan leader Wang Lin led several clan leaders and more than 30 supreme gods into the Mystery Land to negotiate with the Domain Master. After 2 hours of negotiation, the Western army had successfully subdued the Domain Master. Hence, the soul-shaking territory was declared to be part of the Rebel Alliance's sphere of influence. Clan leader Wang Lin and the rest were emotionless. They took their leave calmly. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the Mystery Land, a general came up to them anxiously and reported to the Wang Lin clan leader. Reporting to the Wang Lin clan leader, "We just found out that 2 deacons are missing." Suddenly hearing this news, the patriarchs were all shocked, revealing puzzled expressions. Only the Wang Lin clan leader narrowed his eyes. A smug sneer flashed across his eyes. However, he still pretended to be worried and anxious. He quickly asked for details. "Who are the 2 deacons? When did this happen? How did they go missing?" The general reported everything he knew in full detail. Unfortunately, the crowd still did not know how those 2 attendants had disappeared and who had captured them. The few clan leaders finally reacted, and their expressions became somewhat solemn. "Oh no, it's most likely the commander of internal affairs has brought 8,000 elite soldiers to ambush us again. The Domain Master has no time or motive to attack our deacons. This must be the work of the Western Punitive Army. What are you waiting for? The Western Punitive Army is here to kill us. Why don't you leave?" The few clan leaders panicked and urged clan leader Wang Lin anxiously. Clan leader Wang Lin only wanted to laugh in his heart. He was even filled with anticipation as he subconsciously looked around. "Alliance Master, although you haven't contacted me or shown your face for the past 10 days, you must have guessed that you are here. But I'm guessing that you must have been here a long time ago, hiding nearby and observing the situation in secret." This was just clan leader Wang Lin's guess. However, he was confident enough to believe that it was true. However, he still had to put on an act. He could not reveal any flaws at this moment. His face was filled with worry as well. He hurriedly led the patriarchs and god kings to join up with the army. "Quick, gather the army and board the battleships. We need to leave this place quickly." Following his order, more than 2,000 soldiers surrounding the secret realm immediately retreated at the fastest speed and hurriedly entered the warships. However, before everyone could enter the battleship, a dazzling divine light lit up in the sky 10,000 miles away. Several dozen divine king powerhouses, leading more than 7,000 divine lord experts, were currently rushing over in a grandiose manner. That scene was like a black cloud that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was surging and overflowing. Clan leader Wang Lin and the others had interacted with the West conquering army before. They could tell at a glance that the surging torrent was none other than the Western Expedition Army. All of a sudden, the faces of the clan leaders turned pale, and their expressions became extremely ugly. It's over. As expected, the Western Punitive Expedition Army is here. They didn't set up an ambush on our path, but charged straight at us. There's nothing we can do about it. The Western Punitive Expedition Army has 3 times the number of our men. They have an overwhelming advantage. There's no need for an ambush. What should we do? It's too late for us to escape. Are we going to fight them here? Why don't we retreat to the territorial chief's manor and ask the territorial chief to mobilize his men to help us resist the Western Expedition Army? That's right. The territorial chief has just joined our alliance. He can't just stand by and watch us die. He has to fight alongside us. In just a few breaths, the clan leaders communicated through telepathy and came up with a countermeasure. It was absolutely impossible to fight the Western Expedition Army head-on. They could only retreat to the territorial chief's manor and join forces to resist the Western Expedition Army's attack. That way, their chances of survival would be higher. However, clan leader Wang Lin thought that there was no need to do so. With Kenshin watching from the side, the Western Expedition Army would be fine. Moreover, it was embarrassing to let Kenshin see their cowardice. However, Kenshin had not appeared yet, and clan leader Wang Lin could not reveal this secret. He could only comply with the clan leader's suggestion and order everyone to retreat into the secret realm. Soon, 2,500 soldiers from the Western Expedition Army retreated into the secret realm and closed the entrance. However, the commander of internal affairs and Wang Lin Immortal had already led 8,000 soldiers to the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing that everyone had retreated into the secret realm, the commander of internal affairs was not worried. Wang Lin Immortal also sneered contemptuously. What a bunch of cowardly stray dogs that don't know what to do in a panic. Do you think you'll be safe if you return to the secret realm? This is like catching a turtle in a jar. The commander of internal affairs stroked his beard and sneered. After killing the Western Expedition Army, we'll kill the traitor, the territorial chief. In this battle, we must annihilate all of them. Only then can we make a name for ourselves and intimidate the world. After that, he waved his hand and gave the order to attack. Within the army, over 30 god kings immediately led over 3,000 godlords to attack the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance of the secret realm was protected by a mid-king level seal array. It was indeed difficult for ordinary low-level and mid-level supreme gods to break through the array and enter the secret realm. However, the combined attack of more than 30 supreme gods and 3,000 soldiers from the Western Expedition Army was extremely powerful. Even though there were hundreds of soldiers from the Western Expedition Army supporting the array at the entrance of the secret realm, it was useless. Boom, boom, boom. Divine light and shadows poured down from the sky like a flood, violently bombarding the array at the entrance of the secret realm. The mid-king level seal array lasted less than 2 breaths of time before it was smashed into pieces, creating a huge crater. Countless fragments of divine light burst out and danced in the air. The 200 or so soldiers from the Western Expedition Army who were supporting the array were either killed or injured. They fell to the ground at the entrance of the secret realm. A huge gap appeared in front of the Western Punitive Expedition Army. Without needing the commander of internal affairs to give the order, thousands of soldiers from the Western Expedition Army swarmed into the secret realm like a flood. The commander of internal affairs and Wang Lin Immortal walked through the gap and stepped into the secret realm. This secret realm with a radius of 100,000 miles was quite beautiful, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was abundant. However, at this moment, the peaceful secret realm was shrouded in a murderous and desperate atmosphere. More than 2,000 soldiers from the Western Expedition Army were fleeing to the territorial chief's manor as fast as they could to seek help from the territorial chief. Behind the Western Expedition Army, the commander of internal affairs led 7,000 soldiers from the Western Expedition Army to the territorial chief's manor. They were like a tidal wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. He only left a few thousand soldiers to guard the entrance of the secret realm to prevent the Western Expedition Army from escaping. In everyone's opinion, The Western Expedition Army had the entire situation under control and could easily crush the Western Expedition Army and the territorial chief's manor. Translator, trans and editor, trans and that you're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.